Good morning. Oh, wow. A little bit of echoes here, but that's okay. All right. Let me switch to display capture. Here we are back for another NASCAR Racing 2003 season video. This is gonna be a long one. I'm gonna get as many races into the stream that I can, just because I just want to be done with this Winston Cup season. Oh man, it's been bad. So taking a look at the standings here, we're 15th, 67 points behind the 14th place car, and essentially 1,100 points behind the leader. We've had 4 wins, 6 top 5s, 7 top 10s, and 19 DNFs. 19. It's just been a mix of me messing up, getting into accidents, and then just getting taken out by other cars. And this has just been a long season, and one that's just like, So I'm going to try to rush through it as quick as possible. So the last time I played, we were at Dover, and I just could never get the handle on the car. I was using a similar setup. Wait a minute, hold up. Wait a minute. Huh? Where am I? What the hell? This makes no sense. Oh, for goodness gracious. Okay. So, did it say I didn't get any points? Is that what's... Okay, what about here? Why? What the hell? It should be showing 43 cards, but it's only showing 38. What the hell? Okay. I don't get it. But yeah, when was our last win? Oh yeah, Bristol night race. So we got wrecked. So close. But yeah, it's just been one thing after another. So here we are at Talladega Super Speedway. All right. Well, this is a restrictor plate track, so it's going to be, it's going to be a little bit quicker than normal because it's going to be cloudy. So clear for qualifying. Okay. Well, yeah. All right. Why do I'll figure it out some other time, I guess. All right, let's just calibrate the wheel here. So this one, it's essentially going to be flat out. It's not going to be super exciting to watch. Just from a standpoint, like I said, it's flat out. It's a restrictor plate track. So I'm trying to remember. I think I got wrecked out in the first Talladega race, the Aaron's 499. And this is the EA Sports 500. EA Sports, it's in the game. So here we go. Unless something serious happens, I have no shots at a win. None. So, I mean, no shot at winning the championship, that is. Sorry. Probably should clarify. Yeah, no shot at winning the championship. Alright, here we go.
Your road speed 55. 3 miles per second. Big money. Get out there, go, go, go.
not. Yeah, see, because it's cloudy, they're running. Let's see, 200, an average speed of 200 miles an hour is like a 47, 90. If I remember correctly. Okay, so I did not have the ratio. What in the hell was I okay. Actually, let's do like this. This is kind of about 65% full coverage. Just from the standpoint, I only have 67% covered in clear coverage. Okay, let's try this.
Your road speed 55, 3 miles per second. Dig, buddy. Get out there, go, go, go.
side by side.
Outside.
Was the year where there was a lot of
Still there.
used cars being developed.
Still there. Still outside. Still there. Three wide. 12 of them outside. Outside. Go clear.
water temps essentially dropped to 205. So here we go. We're just going to come on.
Your road speed is 55. 3 miles a second. There's a spin in turn 3. There's a spin in turn 4.
I don't know, guys. I just don't know. So, no. 47 car feels fine. I mean, mean, it's a restricted lake track. There's not much going on there. I think, just in case it gets shuffled to the very back, I would say go 1% safe. See if we can go 32 laps of fuel. That makes sense. So if that stays the same, that means they'll probably call us 30 laps complete, and I'll just pit with 31 complete. I think what I'm going to want to do, just to make it a little bit fair, is... hell, no wonder. Why? Alright. Hold it over. Let me do the same. We'll help you. Alright. No. Sorry, folks. Oops. Alright. So, let's put back the steering ratio. Let's do... I'm on a longer gear. Longer gear or shorter gear. I had him at 2.95. Jasper set up 2.857. I run 2.87 for both 3 and 5. So I think let's try this. Let's try splitting the difference. I don't even know why I have this here. I'm going to... I don't need... Okay. Alright, hold up. I was probably going to go faster. That's okay. So, here's what we'll do. You guys will see my display screen and you'll see what I'm going to do. Here we go. Alright. Home page, player... Oh, come on. Players. Me. Setups. Alright, Talladega, where are you? Where are you? There you are. Alright. Now, let's cut this. So this is the setup I just created. And let's go to Talladega. Where are you? There you are. And, oh, yes. So, this is the setup that the AI used, fast.com. So what I did was essentially take the Jasper setup, modify it a little bit, put in the 2014 Goodyear minimum recommended air pressures, and adjusted the gearing as you saw. I split the middle from what they were to what the Jasper setup has them set to. So let's copy this. And this this here is the, let's see, it should only be for 2004, but yeah, 2004 and 5. There we go, perfect. All right, let's make one last adjustment here. One last little thing. All right, yeah, 2003, high line, middle line, low line. Tire wear, we'll keep that. Tire wear, exponent. Yeah, 2003, tire wear was not bad at all. Excuse me. All right. Okay. Actually, let's compare it. I know this is the 2005, not 2009. I don't know where next to 06 or Talladega, even Talladega 2006 is. Maybe one day I'll find it. All right, let's compare. 110, 110. Now remember, base game Talladega was all the same, just a single groove, no, not multi-groove. All right, so it dropped everything up to fuel use. That's fine. 0.7. Okay, so it dropped a little bit, just a little bit. 2100. Let's drop this to 60, just because this is Talladega freaking Dega, man. You know what? Yeah, sure, why not? 4, 5, there we go. 2000. Okay, so it was base 2100. And he stayed low for a long time. But that could have been because we were still down there, so he was giving respect to us. Okay. Shit. I think I'll just keep it the same. Yeah, I'll just keep it the same. Actually, you know what? Let's see. Because Daytona revamped 2007. The punching distance was 1.6. The drafting distance was 1.61 for that. So, what if we were to... Actually, no, this should be... I think this will be okay. We'll just do this, 1.5, 1.5. Nah, we'll do 1.4, 1.5. All right. So I think Talladega looks good. We'll keep everything else the same. I don't want to... Okay, so I do want to up the paint groove. The paint grip, sorry, just because the AI don't really like going up there. Obviously, I want to up the high line. That way, they do go up there. Okay, I think that'll be fine. That's fine. All right. Here we go. Let's get back to it. Let's go racing, boys. Let's go racing, boys. Alright. So we'll let them drive around for a little bit. We'll say after practice. And then I'll go out and take some laps, see how they drive. I mean, not that the car is bad, but I just want to see with the changes that I made, how it feels. So let's accelerate time till there's 40 minutes left. Actually, 38. Close enough. Okay, so not quite as fast, which is good. All right, make sure.
Your road speed 55, 3 miles per second. Hey, buddy. Get out there, go, go, go.
little bit longer to get up to speed, yes. But my eyes are receiving. Not behind us, not behind. What? There's the flash. hardly anything on tire wear. I mean, it's just like, yeah, 32 laps again. Okay, so what do these guys? We're at a 3.59. Okay. Alright. Let's make mine just a little bit shorter than theirs. That'll be fine. As for anything else? Yeah, nothing. I got nothing. Alright, here we are. Race day for the EA Sports 500. Okay, so they are a little bit slower. Good thing, bad thing, I don't know. Alrighty, here we go.
Drivers, start your engines!
Just like we talked about the transporter. To the end of pit road, the last pit box is a timing line. So the last white line on pit exit is the line. Big thumbs up, my friend. Have a good time.
And just like at Daytona, 18 degrees bending at the trioval. Now, the trioval repave, that does change. There is one lane, which is at the end of that lane. I don't know how much this lane, but it's a little bit less.
Gatorade there, bud. Line up behind the paint car.
In all reality, traffic is
Nice and easy, bud. Nice and easy.
So you know what? We'll just do our strategy with 2 tires. We'll just do our strategy.
2 tires, 2 right side tires. Line up behind the paint car.
Now, I don't know why this happens, but it probably will be chaos and caution. It's usually once you pass the start finish line, it's a take a caution. And then the back straight away in the eye and then competitions. Then after hitting the caution on the back straight away in the eye, sometimes competitions. I don't know why. Essentially what they do is they ram into each other, just the car behind them, slow down the time, see when they need to slow down. It's crazy, guys. It's crazy.
Your road is open.
Okay.
Your road speed 55. 3 miles a second. The paint car and the triable.
Position to pin.
The paint car and the triable.
Track position. Okay, yeah, we said right
The
side
paint car
tires.
and the triable. Watch your speed. Watch your speed. 3 miles a
So
second.
if I can pull this off well, now your car
They're going to stop you out here on your road, buddy. Start turning in here. You're right in here, buddy. Come on, stop on your mark. The paint car in turn 1. Go, dig, go. All the way to the last line. Dig, buddy. Line up behind the paint car. With the left side tires. Get out there, go.
One car not ready. It's probably going to be Gene down Charlie. So yeah, looks like a lot of these guys will go rotation marks in 33 laps, which means they'll probably be 30 to 32 laps. That's fine. So he's 47, so it must not have been, he only had 1 car at a time. I do kind of want to see this, so I will show you guys the replay. Yeah, so once they got into a big pack, they were running faster. Alright, let's see what's going on. So we already have 1 car loose. Okay. So let's see this here. Alright, so we already had 1 car who's lost the draft. And then him. So we only had 1 car lose the draft. Yep. I see what happened. The 2 cars in the middle squeeze each other. No, never mind. I was wrong. This time it's so Junebug was trying to make a move. It was just a mistime kind of thing. So okay, so 1 car's retired because of massive damage. Okay, so that already happens there. Excuse me. So the 77 just got into the wall on the straightaway. He was up top, 4 to bottom. And Junebug sees it, it's like, ooh, I have to go to the inside. Goes to the inside, and that's when he makes contact with sent down into Newman, then, wow, okay. Here we are, we're just minding our own business. All right, that's what happened. Okay, okay. We'll go back and take a look. Expecting more of the little two cars squeezing into each other and then just going right back there in the car outside the wall. This time we go the car on the outside making it 4 wide. This is the wall. It's down a little bit off the wall. Two roads trying to pass, and it goes through the road, makes contact, and sends it down into Newman, spin them out, and tubes. We have a lot of damaged cars, but only one time. Interesting. So one tire, one lap down.
up behind the pace car.
Then there's nothing until NASCAR 25, which, again, maybe my mom's in the games, but assistance, essentially. I think it was boost by iRacing. So iRacing essentially went with their laser scale tracks. I don't think it fit the physics law. But I watched Ryan Derby 21 do a full championship, 100% open races, 4 times cruise the entire way. They high, they were just atrocious. And now we have Joseph NASCAR 26 this year. So I didn't get NASCAR 25. I got burned by NASCAR 25 this year. I'm not getting that game anymore. Unfortunately, way too late to get front on it.
The road is open.
Essentially, that was $8.
Your road speed 55, 3 miles a second. The pace car in the triangle. Watch your speed, 3 miles a second. The pace car in the triangle.
Physics is kind of like,
The pace car in the triangle. They're going to stop you out here on pit road, buddy.
So this one, it'll be the opposite, not too far away from the wall. Not too far opposite, that's right. It's not.
Go, 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 dig, go, 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 go! All the way to the last line. Dig, buddy. The pace car in turn 1, line up behind the 49.
Alright, cross the finish line. Okay. I want to see what happened there. If I had to guess, I'd say it's because of this guy. How bad? So he is essentially 9 seconds off the pace, or 30 miles an hour. Oh boy. Yeah. Oh yeah. Exactly what happened. Oh. Yep. Oh no, the Packers already split. Oh man. Oh no. Oof. Oof. Alright, so let's see. So there's one, this is one big pack. Running low 49s up to 48s, up to 48s. Alright, low 49s. These guys are mid 49s. And then these guys are, I bet you these are the, yeah, these are the damaged cars. How bad? Okay, nose damage, rear end damage. He doesn't look damaged. He might have some damage. He's damaged, obviously. He's got, looks like a little bit of damage. Oh, maybe a little bit of damage. I don't know. Yeah, he looks like he's got some damage. So it looks like, okay, so the packs are essentially a mix of cars that have damage, that don't have damage. And this guy, slow ass motherfucker. Oh man, he tried going high, then he starts drifting back down into Matt Kenseth's way, and oof. So this is essentially big wreck number 2, essentially. Three cars get damaged right there. 4, 5, 6, 7. These guys make it through. Oh wow. Alright, so yeah, looks like everyone else made it through relatively unscathed. So, alright.
Get out there, go, go, go!
exploded and made more wood. The other cars that I showed you, the other two, they were damaged. They're still running essentially a decent speed here. Yeah, maybe not a second pace, but that's not too bad. 5 to 10 miles an hour slower. Okay. At least that wasn't the point. And the cars can show up to it. So that's okay.
One in the vehicle on the back stretch.
Someone stacked up the road. So this was the second big one. And I dare say it was even bigger than the first one. The first one was what, 7, 8 cars? 6 to 8 cars, something like that. This one was probably 4 cars, 9 of them. So we'll just have to see. Sorry, guys. I know. I am curious. It's not this lap. I believe it was the previous lap. I believe it was here. I want to see what this... here we go. This will be the perfect way to see it. Who's spinning? No one yet. No one's spun yet. Ooh, that's massive damage. Huh, interesting. Oh, there we go. Doink, doink. There's some more cars damaged. What happened here? So he was trying to get out of the way, probably to let cars pass. Those who were supposed to pass, and then it just created this mess. Okay, so that's all it is. That's... I wish I knew how to fix that. I really do. Alright, we are essentially 37 degrees. I think here at Talladega it's like 38 something, 39 something laps, 100 miles. We are essentially at 100 miles per day. One bit crazy boosters. Now, if I remember correctly, 188 laps is like 501 miles, something like that, 540 something miles. That's why even though it's the average 499, it's still 188 miles. Like 499 miles, 6 times like 187 something miles. Alright, here we go.
One to go. Okay, here comes your lap card inside. There's going to be a lot of chaos up front here, so just be ready. Alright, buddy, give your seatbelt a tug for me, alright? Get the knee in there, bad boys. Let's go rock and roll, 10 4. Line up behind the 3 cars and stay up high.
33 cars left in the race, 32 on the lead lap, and as you saw, we're going to have at least, we've got one remaining that we'll probably have back there. We're going to have probably 3 to 5 others who will start to run damage. So I'd say probably a total of 10 cars of damage, and there would be the lower half and west. And that forward sheet is going to be one of those pack damage here, small pack here, small pack there, and then we got off the bottom. The no front bombers. Essentially pulling over for one car here. So, boy, we're looking at probably another wreck. So, you know what? I'm just going to say...
Two tires, two right side tires.
Okay, keep pressure lights on. So you know what?
It's not a spot. It's not a spot.
Because I think everybody's equipped. Just play it safe.
Outside. 3 wide, you're in the middle. Outside. It's not a spot. It's not a spot. Clear high.
Yeah, fuel pressure gauge dropped to 3. It's not going to miss anything. So we can go around another line, but I have this one. Play it safe. Play it safe. So this means we probably, yeah, so this means we probably about 32 rounds, which is
Your road speed is 55. 3 miles a second. Watch your speed. Watch the speed. 3 miles a second. out, buddy. Caution is out. Roll out of the throttle. Hey, start at the field. Get caught up there, buddy. Take a deep breath, relax. Buddy, talk to me about your hot rod. Line up behind the 6. Nice and easy, bud. Nice and easy. Line up behind the 6.
The air pressure in the left than 32 psi, which is Jasper Center. I'll still advocate.
We're going to adjust your air pressure a little bit.
That's such great fun. I jumped up to the outside and 77 was right into me. I probably should have gone higher. I was going slow. Damn.
Good road is open.
Oh, I didn't know.
Your road speed 55. 3 miles per second. The thing starts in the triangle. Watch your speed, watch your speed.
Actually, it looks
3
like
miles
around
per second.
there's
The thing starts in the triangle. They're going to stop you out here on pit road, buddy.
And I'm speeding up the road because I'm watching the replay back Twitch stream. Alright, let me see. Alright, so this is up. I move up high. Do I accidentally come down? Okay, so I move up high. But it looks like I'm also coming high. This view's tough. See that view's. Alright. So I hold my line, he starts drifting up. And I am just barely, I mean, barely. I'm just barely there. So when he drifts up into me, that's what hooks him. Yeah, I should have gone up higher. I should have moved up higher. Yep, that one's on me. I mean, yes, I'm holding my line. Yes. But what I should have done was drifted up higher to give him more room. And since I didn't, that's what sent us both into the wall. And essentially, I think was it just him? Yeah, it was just him. It was a single car wreck where he essentially received one damage. Man, you're doing so well. We actually, with the way things were going, I mean, it's entirely possible that we could have led all.
The pace starts in turn 1.
And this would have been a first. So because I'm speeding, what I'll do is I'll just come down.
The pace starts in turn 2.
I'm just on the jack here.
Go! All the way to the last line. The pace starts on the back stretch. Dig, buddy. Get back flag.
I know.
Too fast on pit road. Check it down there, but they told us to go to the end of the field. I don't know Okay, fall to the back. No tires, no tires. Want to adjust your air pressure a little bit. Get out there, go, go, go. Line up behind the 29. Tail into the longest line.
Left front fender would be what's damaged. Real life. This game, and I just have nerves damage, side damage, brain damage. And if you get hard enough, even if you don't go upside down, you're sure it's
Nice and easy, bud, nice and easy.
Let's see. I don't see any roof damage here, so I don't think you get hard enough. Kind of see it, I think, on this car ahead of me. Maybe. I guess it depends on the game. Yeah, that was on me. I held my line here, but what I should have done is just looked up at first. And I feel like an idiot. That's good. I'm coming in. I mean, I'm telling Charles.
Your road speed is 55. 3 miles per second. Right car to the triangle. They're going to stop you out here on pit road, buddy.
Would have changed something, but I'll just let it go. I'm still 21 feet back.
The pace car again, turn 1. The pace car again, turn 2.
Down one more time. Might as well. I'm on the 10.
Go, 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 dig, go, 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 go. All the way to the last line. Dig, buddy. Line up behind the 45. Tail into the longest line.
I don't think. I'm on the 10. Come on, come on.
Get out there, go, go, go. No tires, no tires.
I don't know. I don't know if the tank does help. It does. I kind of think I've been falling.
Nice and easy, bud, nice and easy. caution is out. Roll out the throttle. Pace car has the field. Get caught up there, buddy. Take a deep breath and relax. Buddy, talk to me about your hot rod.
60,000 laps.
Line up behind the 30 car. We rig boys. Go take some stuff here. Talk to us, bud. You okay, buddy? We rolling, girl? Yeah, Steve. Are we rolling? Buddy, I'm just trying to find out. I can't tell. I haven't seen anything. Everything look okay in the back? Fender work there, Chad. Step forward. Are you ready, guys?
Yeah, we're good. We're right now.
Hit road close. Buddy, I'm thinking 4 tires here. We're going to adjust your air pressure a little bit.
So we're going to have the standings on constantly. That way, hold on, my car. We're going to leave block. And I kept it dropping until I started spinning, and that's why brakes. So we're a little bit down on power. Yeah.
Nice and easy, bud. Nice and easy. Pit road is open.
We'll probably do 5.
Pit road speed 55. 3 miles a second. The pace car and the triable. The pace car and the triable.
So yeah, with the damage, we'll most likely...
They're going to stop you out here on pit road, buddy.
I'm sorry, guys. All my fault.
Watch your speed, watch your speed. 3 miles a second. The pace car in turn 1.
Because I came across the barriers. Alright, let's see if we shut her down.
The pace car in turn 2.
We do, I need to down on power. At least that's one thing. Even if you don't, it'll still feel like you're down on power just because our car is so big.
The pace car on the back stretch.
So. Yeah. Ah, shit, I'm down still. I'll just have to come back down.
Go, 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 dig, go, 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 go! All the way to the last line. Pit road speed 55. 3 miles a second. Dig, buddy. Line up behind the 18. Get out there, go, go, go!
So.
No tires, no tires. We're going to adjust your air pressure a little bit.
Only because...
But 10-4, we're going to put blades here on the next stop. After that, if that doesn't work, we'll start working with the piano part a little bit.
Oh boy. Even in the draft, we're not going to be able to keep up. Alright, let's have 2/3 of the grill cover.
Put a small piece of tape and put on the left-hand side of the grill. I want to cover up 3 inches on the left-hand side there. Pit road speed 55. 3 miles a second. The pace car and the triable.
This is
They're
going to
stop you out here on pit road, buddy.
Last 90 laps. So we're going to be so freaking slow. Man. I mean, I'm still going to
The
run
pace car in turn 1.
Here's the reason why. There's still going to be another big one that takes out a whole bunch of cars. And assuming I'm not stupid.
The pace car in turn 2. Go, 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 dig, go, 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 go! All the way to the last line. Dig, buddy. Line up behind the 15.
As we fucking lose.
Come around at 18.
Just great. Now we're really screwed. This general
Come around at 18.
is
Get out there, go, go, go!
losing gear after gear after gear. And if we lose fourth gear, we are done. We are
Come around
done.
at 18.
You cannot run in third gear without shit. Even with how tall our gear is, you just can't do it.
Come around at 18.
So, and of course, our first gear is so short.
Come around at 18.
We can't even restart the first gear. That's how bad it is.
Come around at 18.
So we will gain points. On the lead, everyone.
Line up behind the 15.
But it's not going to be as many points back. So anytime we do that.
No tires, no tires. Your road speed 55. 3 miles a second. Come around at 18. The train starts in the triangle. They're going to stop you out here on the new road, buddy. 1 to go. Watch the speed, watch the speed. 3 miles a second. The train starts in turn 1. The train starts in turn 2. Go, 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 dig, go, 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 go. All the way to the last line. Dig, buddy. Line up behind the 5. Stand by. Get out there, go, go, go.
Say to be our third gear is a touch shorter than theirs, so being fourth gear and theoretically speed faster, but with this damage.
Nice and easy, bud. Nice and easy.
No. Alright. Well, Kansas, with this, with the National 2003 Reimagined physics, can't get a feeling for cars, too tight here, too loose there, so I'll try. We'll see if it's clear weather and cloudy weather. Get some food first. Before I actually sit down and race the next.
Take the cars off, so you ready? Green, green, green.
Probably if I'm gonna finish 15 laps down, I'd say. Because, yeah, we're 30 miles an hour slower than they are. Yeah. we should be, 190 to 200 in the draft. Cars in the front us to pull us, cars behind us to push us. We're by ourselves running 30 miles an hour slower. So this lap's probably going to be like 54-second lap or something like that. So yeah, let's see. My fastest lap is the 48.793. Had I not finished in the first place about 20 laps ago, it probably would have been low to mid 48s. So I'd say maybe like 48.30 to 48.50. Just from the standpoint is I was getting up to 200 because I had draft cars in front, and then obviously the cars behind me pushing. So if I had run a little bit higher and not squeezed, they wing could have gotten by slow cars, snaked their way through the tail end of the lap cars who got messed up. And like I said, we would have dropped from 200 down to 190 to 95. So that would have slowed our lap time just a little bit. So we probably run probably closer to mid 48, like 2 or 3 times faster. Alright, so this lap is essentially going to be how truly slow are we lap. Because as you can see, that 56.80, that is essentially 8 seconds slower than our fastest lap. Chances are this one's going to be probably mid 56, low to mid 56 seconds. Not much better. Yeah, not even that. Okay, so we are approximately 8 seconds off pace. So, 8 times, 6 is 48? I'm doing my math. 8 times 5 is 40. Yeah, 8 times 6 is 48. So, essentially, we will be lapped every 6 laps. We've got 80 to go. The leaders have 80 to go this time on the line. So, 12, 20 laps. So yeah, we'll be pretty close to 20 laps down by the end of this time. Because of how slow we're going. Alright, let's see when the leader crosses the line. Leader's at the line. Now, okay, so we're almost halfway down the back straightaway. So we are essentially at the lap down. And we restarted, what, 3 laps to go, 4 laps to go, something like that. We've already lost half a lap. So yeah, probably 6 laps, essentially. Lap down. Which means I'd say we are faster than Rusty and Bobby. Maybe even Britain Craven. Maybe. So we're going to get, 26, 27 place finish, probably close to 28. Now that obviously depends on everyone else. I'm just going to run right along the yellow line. As much as I would love to cause chaos, it's not worth it. It's not realistic. I'm just going to run the yellow line, and if they hit me, that's on them. Try to be consistent running the yellow line too. So on the straightaway, they'll run a bit more of the middle line. Alright, let's see. At the line, we are 6 6.4 seconds behind the leader. You know what?
10-4.
Just call it a lot. They're slow, I don't know. They ran like 56, 89. So, theoretically, as we were 6 seconds, 6.4 seconds, they will essentially pass us this time. So, like I said, about every 6 laps, we will be lapped. We are approximately 8 seconds off the pace. There we go.
Leader is next car back, be smooth. Outside, 3 wide, 12 outside, outside, still outside, clear high. Outside, 56.720, still outside, 3 wide, 12 outside, outside, 3 wide, 12 outside, outside, still outside. Still out there. Clear high. Outside. Still out there. Still there. Clear high. Outside. Still there. Still clear. Outside. 3 wide, 12 outside. Outside, 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 3 wide, 12 outside, outside, clear high, outside, 54.375, still there, clear high.
You deserve to get stuck behind me. I mean, that's pushing me, so this will make it to where it takes a little longer to get what I'm doing. So the car is neutral. Let's just slow because we're going to actually get down on power. And of course, we start getting all the 50 on the second gear.
Inside, you're clear. Roger south. Alright, buddy, in a couple laps by yourself there, how'd it feel? Keep taking, come on. He is not a spot, he is not a spot.
Well,
Caution is out, buddy, caution is out, roll on the throttle. 1 minute 10.289, line up behind the 32 car.
keep everything on. Make sure everything works all together. Alright.
We're going to adjust your air pressure a little bit.
So now we're back to stupid slow. Good job. Good job. Like
Pit road closed.
I hate it. Oh, well.
1 minute 3.744.
Lead lap cars pick first, then the lap cars.
Nice and easy, bud. Nice and easy.
So I am gonna...
Pit road is open. Pit road will be open this time for lead lap cars. Do not pit the first time by, 10-4.
I will top off the tank. Again, not that it means much. That's what I'll do. So we are what? Last car, 1 lap down. Is other
1 minute 10.961.
Technically now we're 10 on chart. What if I stay on? I wonder what it's actually just to, you know what, I'm going to do that just for kicks. I'm going to stay out and make that miserable for the leaders. There we go, that'll be another big red. Like, what the hell is this guy doing? Why is he staying out? He's so damaged. And just cause, I just want him. You know, let's do it. Let's just do it. Let's cause chaos. Oh, man. Obviously, in real life, a car that's down on power would not do this. But this is a video game. I know I'm trying to be as close to realistic as possible, but you know what? I've had a shit ton of bad luck. A lot of it's been my own doing. I've managed that. That's on me. But the other times, it's just like, what the hell, man? So, I'm going to have some fun at the expense of the pool. And that's okay. As we deserve to say, that guy's funny. I definitely recommend checking him out. It's okay, it's okay, it's okay. Now, of course, I'm going to be the only idiot who stays up. So, I will be the only person tailing the lap. Now, obviously, what will most likely end up happening is and Trader's gonna line up, hopefully get in front of Bobby Labonte on the pit stop. So that means he and I will be on the lead lap. And because I am so damaged, him and pretty much everybody on the inside line is gonna drive right on by, and I'm just gonna be this big roadblock.
2 minutes 10.477.
And we will let chaos reign. Because why not? Why the frick not, you know? I held my line right here. 77 lifted up, and we crashed in turn 1 and 2, trying to pass extremely slow and damaged West Wallace car. So then that put me in the back. Managed to make it to top 10 before my car just apparently drifted up, and the car behind me just goes down low, and I did a late block, and I just overcorrected and spun out, and that's what gave me the previous damage, which essentially is all this back end damage or side damage. And then I did the same thing and blocked happy. It was a late block again, my fault. I drifted up just a little too much and stuck his nose in. No! And spun around. And what gave me more of this front end damage was, well, because I nosed the car into the wall. So. Alright, so the leader's gonna have about 70 to go to take green. Still need 2 more pit stops, but that final stop will be probably just like a splash of gas, so they won't take tires, just a splash of gas. But there will be another caution. I guarantee you there will be another caution. Not long after this restart. And it's going to be because I'm just acting cool, being gas, doing something dumb. I don't care. I am tired of the shit. I am tired of the crap. So essentially, I'm going to do let's see how many cars we can take out in this big one. So, I have no shot at winning. Done.
2 minutes 15.784. 1 to go. Okay, here come your lap cars inside. It's going to be a lot of chaos up front here, so just be ready. Alright, buddy, give your seatbelt a tug for me, alright? It's a need, that bad boys. Let's go rock and roll, 10-4. Line up behind the train car, stay up high.
So what I'm gonna try to do is slow the pace enough to where I can get a start in first gear and then just go and see what can happen. So okay, unfortunately, body to body is extremely damaged, so treating it like I'm delivering and start to finish line, even though I'm just tearing Charlie. Hey, let's see how much they slow down. Oh, this is going to be delightful chaos because I am going to return the outside line. On the inside before we start finishing.
Okay, car's off. Are you ready?
So let's just go to the start.
Green. 2 minutes 14.5, 9. Inside. 3 wide, global inside. 3 wide, global inside. Inside. It's not a spot. Still there, inside. Still there. Still inside. 3 wide, global inside. There's a stand in turn 3, inside. Here is next car back, be clear. 3 wide, you're in the middle. Inside, 3 wide, outside. North, south. Alright, but you need a couple minutes by yourself there, how to feel. Keep taking, come on. Pit road closed. It's not a spot. We ran boys, go make some stuff here. Not so fun. You okay, buddy? Clear low. Inside. Rolling roll. Can't see. Are we rolling? Buddy, that's not too bad. I'm just trying to find out. I can't tell. I haven't seen anything.
I did my best. I now have to...
Caution is out, buddy. Caution is out. Roll out the throttle. Same car is the field. Get caught up there, buddy.
We got 26
Take a deep breath and relax. Buddy, talk to me about your high rod.
Alright, I want to see just how chaotic that was. Alright, so... I was actually not feeling too bad. Block. So essentially what that did was allow a lot of the lap cars who were already on the inside to get their lap back. That's what caused that. Now, did he drift back up into other cars? That's hard to tell. I would assume he did, because the caution came, right? And then I just caused a big who knows how many people, I don't, obviously I lose the chance to get my lap back. Get damaged. Seriously, I'm sorry guys, I just had to, and then boink. I hear it takes some points. Alright, drop the squeeze percent by 10, maybe 2. Just high line, don't hit the wall. Oink. No, he did not get anybody. I just felt game over, man. Game over, man. Game over. Man. Alright, so there's that view, and then last to the let's fast forward this a little bit. What a shoot, yeah. I really love that. 99. He spins out, but does not get anything. And then it's another chaos. Yeah, there's a lot of cars that took some damage, but I'd say it's minor. I don't think it's too bad. Obviously, my damage is really bad. But yeah. Alright, I guess. Yeah, now we're gonna lose our hood. Oh well. That was fun. We damaged a bunch of cars. I don't think a lot of people are gonna retire. What are you doing? What happened to you? Alright, so you're spinning out. Seriously, you got Jesus, you got yourself stuck on the bank. Okay. Okay, here we go.
1 minute 26.663. Line up behind the 009 car. Nice and easy, bud. Nice and easy.
I'm surprised that I still have the tires wrong. So for the second time by.
Pit road is open. Pit road will be open this time for lead left cars. Do not pit the first time by. 10-4.
And roll. That's another thing that's crazy. Is like,
nice and easy, bud. Nice and easy. 1 minute 26.949.
It is what it is, man. It is what it is. Alright, we'll be pitting this time. 4 tires, fixing all damage. Oh, you know. shadow on it, but also
One in the pit, in the pit.
nothing on chat. Alright, let's do go to live. Oops. Alright, so looks like it's working for now. It works for now. We'll see how long that works for. Doesn't look like anyone's in chat. Don't be shy, chat. Good chat. Don't fight.
Your road speed 55, 3,000 seconds. Come around at 29. The three cars in the triangle.
The kickout and the twitch.
The three cars in the triangle.
Essentially frozen at the same time. Nice. Under the replay.
They're gonna stop you out here on pit road, buddy.
To see how long the kickbacks takes over. Before it goes, sorry, something went wrong. Please try again. Like, okay.
The three cars in turn one. Go to the right a little bit. Your road speed 55, 3,000 seconds. Alright, give it a little, buddy. Come on.
There it is. Now I can get all
The three cars in turn two.
Alright, so Burn Bush,
The three cars on the back stretch.
Let's show you the sounds. Yep. Whatever. This little bit, when I adjust myself in my seat, I don't waffle with my shoulder. Well, how much do I want to risk it?
Go, 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 dig, go, 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 go! All the way to the last line. Dig, buddy. No tires, no tires. Line up behind the 097. 3 minutes 18.016.
The base in Jasper.
Get out there, go, go, go!
So, I think what I will do is drop it to 230
Ryan, we're going to take the tape off the right-hand side of the lower grill to 2 inch piece. Fill it up with fuel.
So yeah, we're going to be extremely slow. Probably 15, maybe even 20 seconds off the pace. And there is a high chance that our motor is going to go boom. Or we're going to get some sort of mechanical failure that makes it go boom. So.
Your road speed 55, 3,000 seconds. They're going to stop you out here on pit road, buddy.
Too high there.
One to go.
My bad.
The paint car and the triangle.
Another thing I did for maybe
The
even
paint
for
car
this-
in turn
I
one.
did it for 2007. This was the RPM, and I upped it to I think 78,000.
The paint car in turn two.
As the rev limit. At the Chase Talladega race.
Go, 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 dig, go, 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 go! All the way to the last line. Dig, buddy. Line up behind the 9 car. Stay on the bottom here. 1 minute 44.043.
So I tried to match that as
Get out there, go, go, go!
When they show you, when you watch the Hot Pass by TV, after triple fake tracks, it would be like 72, 7400 at 185, 190 miles an hour at Daytona. And then, like 74, maybe 7500 getting up to 200 at Talladega. So, with the base game physics and with the NASCAR 2003 reimagined physics, you can't do that. Because as you see, about 7,000, 7,200 is the limit. like about 7,300 at the restricted plate tracks. At the non-restricted plate tracks, it's about 9,300. So,
Pace car's off. Are you ready? Nice and easy, bud. Nice and easy. Green, green, green. Outside, 3 wide, 12 them outside. Outside, 3 wide, 12 them outside. Outside, 3 wide, 12 them outside. Short whip, 1 minute 37.5, 19 on the side. Outside, 3 wide, 12 them outside. Outside, 3 wide, 12 them outside. Outside, 3 wide, 12 them outside. Outside, still outside. Clear high. Outside.
oh, jeez, weird.
Still outside. Clear high.
And
1 minute 3.665.
I had my phone. That's a good time. That there was a bunch of cars. Take out a bunch of cars. It's fine. So it looks like it could be a lead back. Now, if we were to get a restart with 10 to go and there's all these black cars in the front, how many of us would be able to get a lead back? That is the question I would like to answer. So maybe just for kicks, just to give us a relatively realistic finish, when we get to 10 to go, or yelling, just for kicks.
1 minute 2.337.
No. It'll be close to make that one more stop. If I could go 30 laps here, that would be 33 laps left. So I think everyone still needs 2 more stops. Fill up, stop, and then like a splash and go. And,
Fill it up with fuel.
well, we'll see what happens. Maybe another caution. Another caution probably will come out. Because someone's gonna somehow hit the meeting. Alright, let's try 55% of the grill.
Put a small piece of tape and put on the left-hand side of the grill. I want to cover up 3 inches on the left-hand side there.
Okay, now it looks like
1 minute 3.133.
Plus, it's technically the Twitch app on my iPad, the app on my iPhone. And just going straight in. So technically that's what's going on. Go figure, we're trying to use the YouTube app to see, hey, am I live? It doesn't say, go figure. I think if a caution would come out with 50 to go, everyone picks. They go 30 laps, there's 20 to go. Everyone can make it on the point. So, the leaders have 60 to go this time. And they how many choices asked 2 times
1
slower.
minute 3.012.
40 to 45 miles an hour slower. 55.
Leader is the next car back. Be smooth. Inside. Still there. Inside. Inside. Clear low. Inside. Clear low. Outside. 3 wide. 2 of them outside. You're clear. Clear high.
So, yeah, the field is very split. I wonder if it's because the cars in the very front have no damage. The cars in the middle
1 minute 1.306.
damage, moderate damage, maybe.
Outside. Clear high. Outside. Still there? You're clear.
Echo manager also is used to
1 minute 1.961.
I don't know. Sports games probably generally being used to which you. But I know I say this probably a lot. At some point, I need to go back and watch that YouTube video that shows you how to add mods in Madden 24. What I want to do is go back to 2013, maybe even 2003. A lot of painters. In 2013, just put myself on there twice, as a wide receiver and cornerback. And see how well the players can do with obviously realistic draft classes, not the player, just the player names that you would get from standard map, the actual draft classes. They're like this third picture. Does that have roster I've got in 2013?
1 minute 2.724.
Picture. But the player model is that of a white person. It's like,
Outside. It's not a spot. It's not a spot.
and then
You're clear.
to change it to a white person. His picture goes away and it's these, whatever, head style, whatever the creative player, but you know how that works. But there's got to be one. There is one. I just have to remember my name. I just have to watch the video and get lost in the work. Now, of course, the Madden community that I follow on Discord. I follow on Discord. They're up to hours 10, 6.
1 minute 2.815. Leader is the next car back. Be smooth. Outside. You're clear. Outside. 3 wide. 2 of them outside. Outside. Still out there. You're clear. Outside. 3 wide. 2 of them outside. Outside. You're clear. Outside. Still there? Clear high. Outside. Still there? You're clear.
Past 10 will be the choice. 7. Guys, hello. We are on next-gen consoles. Why haven't you updated the graphics yet? And you know what? You challenge them, sure, that's cool. But
outside. Still outside. You're clear. 1 minute 1.242.
I'm not gonna buy it. Because all I do is play franchise mode, which is, my GM mode. Where you pick a team and choose to manage all aspects. I don't care about the double A, single A, triple A. I don't care. Look like that.
Outside. You're clear.
What am I?
Outside. You're clear. Outside. You're clear.
I'm just gonna hold off on pretty much any sports, but even NBA 2K. Yeah, 2K's graphics is good, but it's starting to, I don't know, man, but maybe even Madden, not Madden, but 2020, 2K20, 21, 22, something like that. They started going into more animation-based.
1 minute 1.380.
Obviously. But then they learn in the park, the city, the rec. It's like, I don't care about that shit. I'm not gonna buy virtual currency to give myself the best con player. No. I play franchise mode, eras, awesome stuff. I've got in NBA 2K26 the current era of Vikings, the LeBron era. What if me, Sasquatch, were in better shape and played in Charlotte Bobcats? How would you do, say I started in 2012, because I graduated college in 2013, just because I changed my major a few times, so that's why it took a little bit longer. And of course, the 20 years out of high school too. So
1 minute 2.902.
So there's that. And then I've got one. What if I went out of high school?
Outside. You're clear.
19 years old. So that would be the Kobe era. And then I created the Magic Bird era. Expansion team. Carolina Panthers. It's like, oh. And of course, it's not realistic at all. So I got Michael Jordan, Hakeem Olajuwon. At the time, he was called Hakeem. I believe it was in the Jordan era in the 90s. And then 91, there's going to be Hakeem Olajuwon. So I got Hakeem. I got Michael. I've got Pat Ewing.
1 minute 2.627.
So essentially, it's just a super team just for the kids, just to see how many championships can I win starting in the next very first year, we're I think 500 right now.
The leader is the next car back. Lead clear.
And I just play a lot of people. And of course, how good you might go and be and stay on team, entire teams. So we retired in 2003. And of course, I'm going to grow in 2007. I quit in college.
Outside. Still there. Clear high.
99 overall rated.
1 minute 2.526.
Alarm and all that shit. That's center point guard. see how long we do there. Of course, turn 12, 3/4 of an inch taller than I actually am. Almost 100 pounds lighter. But not quite, maybe like 7 pounds lighter. So I think I got my point guard, shooting guard, this thing, 6'3", 215, obviously.
Clear high.
Match ratings overall. Middle settings for and shoulder width. I think even turn length. was that just became a relatively realistic little high rate on the Bobcats in 2012. Obviously, that
1 minute 1.949.
realistically as possible. You can only get so realistic.
Outside. You're clear.
Outside.
Still outside. You're clear. Outside. Clear high.
Team reviews. 2012, the Bobcats went like 10 and 72, or 12 and 70. They were that bad. So of course, you got the GM as Michael Jordan. He's getting as close a fictional, or as close as a creative player as you can get. Essentially started the Kobe era, let them do whatever they wanted to in the first season. It's like, hey, for 2011, after that's about 100% of the time. So the Bobcats, they suck. Let's try to
1 minute 1.832.
try to make realistic trades to get these picks to play an AI rapid player. Unfortunately, it's broken ground. You can't really walk on to the team. But what you can do is put yourself in the draft and then edit your contract. Like, hey, look, I want to be team friendly. I want to stay here all the time. No trade clause every time I resign, all that jazz. That's what I try to do. I even have one for
Filling up with fuel.
there we go, for my 7-7 center point guard, realistic. I haven't played that one in a while, where it's essentially the same thing, except I'm 7-7, 100 on the arm width, arm length, well, shoulder width, arm length. All that crazy stuff.
1 minute 3.072.
Pit stops be starting soon. We are slow as blind. Our tires haven't worn all.
Leader is the next car back. Be clear. Outside. You're clear. Outside. Clear high. 3 wide. You're in the middle. Clear low. Caution south. All right, buddy. You had a couple laps by yourself there. How'd it feel? Keep taking. Come on. Nice and easy, bud. Nice and easy.
When you get to the grass and start looking, the speed picks up. Interesting, you didn't do that. Okay. Alright.
We rig boys. Company some stuff here. Don't go fun. You okay, buddy? We rolling, girl? Can't see. Are we rolling? Buddy, that's too bad. I'm just trying to find out. I can't tell. I haven't seen anything. Does everything look okay in the back? Hey, fender work there, Chad. Step forward. Are you ready, guys? Pit road closed.
Should try to get past my pole. NASCAR 4 did have some pretty cool.
Caution is out, buddy. Caution is out. Roll out the throttle. Hey, car has the field. Get caught up there, buddy.
I want to see something here.
Take it.
Let's see. There's my damaged car running 1 minute 3 is the wow. So they were running 49s. So they're what 16 seconds faster. And I just do a whoop. There you go. Let's slow y'all down. And then quick. Okay, I see what happened. So, I was on my roof. And I didn't turn until there, and by that time we were going so slow. That's probably why the car didn't just start tumbling like a freaking top. Okay, that's fine. Fun times, huh? Actually, not a lot of cars were damaged. These guys are getting their laps back and a lap back. So, alright, not too shabby, not too shabby. So we've been just over 2.5 hours, and the leaders are coming to 40.
1 minute 27.299. Line up behind the 15.
So we'll have one more pit stop. I'll try to throw a caution, like a NASCAR phantom caution. Just give it 10 to go. I want to try to aim for having all the lead lap cars ahead of all the lap damage cars. That's what I want to try to aim for. I know this is wasting information. I'm just tired. I just want this 2003 season coming. It's been a nightmare. Goodness. It has been a nightmare. DNFing 30 laps, 40 laps into a race. It's like, what now? Oh, look.
Pit road is open. Pit road will be open this time for lead lap cars. Do not pit the first time by. 10-4.
Jeez, please. I'm actually quite surprised that the kick gap is still showing my screen. Because usually by now I'd be like, sorry, something came up. There's been an error. My person's at my phone standing straight up, like we normally hold it by the
1 minute 31.121.
Alright, so we'll do 4 tires again. We'll add some tape to things. Not that it's going to help too much, but, you know, every little bit helps. And so then the final pit stop, and then you go. We'll just put the grill tape to 70. No, 230 about that. That's where we have it on a undamaged car here at Talladega. And the clear weather. And they don't clear weather with 70% coverage. Obviously I say approximate, but, you know, with this, it's, I'd say probably exactly 70% coverage. And so, you know. And base game, it's step 65 on grill tape adjustments, wedge adjustments. Now it's step 1 for both grill tape and wedge adjustments. Tire pressures, it used to be half pound increments. Base game, now it's 10th of a pound increments. Yeah, that's about it. Now, in NASCAR 2002 and NASCAR 4, I'm not going to really adjust the track 99 much, if any at all, because I did try to do that once in NASCAR 2002, and essentially get to where our car runs, you know, 195, 200 straight away. So we
Your road will be 55, 3 miles per second.
Too hot, so
come around to 018. The paint start and the triable.
Only increases surge.
The paint start and the triable.
Unfortunately. But that's okay.
They're going to stop you out here on pit road, buddy.
I think there's a physics editor in 2000. That's what 2002.
Watch your speed, watch your
I
speed.
could be
3 miles per second.
But I don't think I am.
The paint start in turn 1.
So, did anyone retire? I don't think so. Just more things work. Nice. Actually, no.
The paint start in turn 2.
So there's 29 of us left. Oh, well. And 3 step dogs. That means we're going to be down even more power, most likely.
The paint start on the back stretch.
Boy, oh boy, oh boy. So we will need about a can of gas. So this is looking like, whale. well. Huh.
Go, 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 go! All the way to the last line.
So
Dig, buddy.
everyone has to make
Line up behind the 097. 3 minutes 16.183.
So we'll see what happens.
It's gonna be one can of fuel, one full can of fuel. Get out there, go, go, go! No tires, no tires.
Couldn't go so fast. But I think what I'll do is wait till everyone's fit and then throw a caution. That's assuming a caution doesn't come before that. Everything's possible. I'm also thinking maybe, just maybe, I'll wait till we stop for the night. I'll wait. Because what I was thinking is, finish this race prior to starting Kansas, drop the AI squeeze percentage by a 10 for here, and then go on to Kansas. But it was like, nah, I'll just keep going. I just wanted to see.
One to go. Okay, bud. Go inside. Lap cars are inside. Alright, boys. We can do this, yeah. We can still get back in the lead lap and we can still get a good finish. Settle in. Nice and easy. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. We just gotta get in our rhythm. Get in our rhythm, everybody. 1 minute 21.078. Line up behind the 32 car. Stay on the bottom here.
5 laps down. Let's go ahead and go for the stuff that we wanted. 47%.
Put a small piece of tape I'll put on the left-hand side of the grill. I want to cover up 3 inches on the left-hand side there.
So I'm going to get some points on later. Maybe gain some points on cars and add points. I'm going to lose points to starting on. So he's only 60 points at me for the team. I'm 28 points. So he's going to be Let's see if that video we have to start third here. Once you lose too short, which is 70 miles an hour, by the way.
Next car's off. Be ready.
third. Oh, jeez, he's been out 50 miles an hour slower. Good God. Alright. Alright, you know what? Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to jump ahead. And I'm probably going to finish 20 laps down. I'm going to jump ahead to 20 to go. I'm going to go eat food.
Great job, buddy. Nice and smooth and hit your mark. Just keep a good pace. You're doing good.
I'll show you guys. I'll have you guys follow along. But two. Alright. Go around one lap. Pit. No tires. Nothing. So this deep path. Looks like 15 cars in it, 16 cars in it. Actually, 20 cars. Alright, nice, nice. Looks like they find 20 lead lap cars in it. That is. Alright, so I'm going to go around one more lap. And then I'm going to quit. Then we'll follow around with someone. Let's follow around with Texas Terry all the time. He's Chevy driver, team member. I'm not going to read anything to you guys from him when I leave. I'll announce myself when I get back. And theoretically by that time, they'll at least be on the same line as me. Probably further ahead. Who knows? I'm coming in this time, they're going to be 16 laps back. We'll see. We'll see. You know, I will go 7% take home.
Put a small piece of tape and put on the left-hand side of the grill. I want to cover up 3 inches on the left-hand side there. Your road speed is 55, 3 miles a second.
Yeah, they're just, wow, damn, they're just that far behind. Holy. Okay, let's unpin the earphones. I'll just get my race gloves, hats.
Go, 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 take, go, 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 go! All the way to the last line. road speed 55. 3 miles a second. Dig, buddy. 22 minutes 23.714.
Yeah, that's right.
Get out there, go, go, go.
The only thing I don't know is if everyone's pitted, so I'm going to hold on and throw that last caution. I want to make sure everyone's pitted. And
Leader is the next car back, beat smooth. Outside, clear high. Outside. Still out there. Clear high. Inside. Clear low.
so I have no idea who needs to pit because and I'm here for time, so I have no Wow, we are
1 minute 9.570.
way off. So the problem is, everybody's so spread out.
Caution's out.
Let's see what happens.
Alright, buddy, you had a couple laps by yourself there. How'd it feel? Keep digging, come on.
So this is gonna be
Outside. Still out there. You're clear.
to go. Other than a 5-lap shootout, so I don't know. I don't know, man.
Pit road closed.
We're just riding around like this. What I'll do is, because we're slow, I'll just come down.
Caution is out, buddy. Caution is out. Roll out the throttle. Pace car has the field. Get caught up there, buddy. Take a deep breath and relax.
Excuse me. 1 degree.
Buddy, talk to me about your high rod.
And let's put
1 minute 4.185. Line up behind the 21. Put a small piece of tape and put it on the left-hand side of the grill. I want to cover up 3 inches on the left-hand side there.
everything sounds A-OK. Great. That's essentially top off on that lead. Good to go. Oh, no, dang it. Johnson could not stay on the lead lap. So 16 cars in the lead lap. Brother.
Pit road is open. Pit road will be open this time for lead lap cars. Do not pit the first time by. 10-4.
Yeah.
1 minute 33.753.
This time live. But I'm gonna wait another lap just because I have no business being up here in front. To me, I think he can hold his own. 21. I don't know. It's gonna be a little bit of chaos. Just from the standpoint because of the pit stops and all that. You're gonna have him damaged, probably slow, probably the body damaged, slow, Craven. You're gonna have a bunch of damaged cars that are slow up here. I mean, it is what it is, but yeah. There's no escaping it, yeah. No escaping it. I think I'm going to go to bed tonight, going to extreme labs. called Prepare Sense. It's currently in demo form on Steam. And you can get the most recent alpha version if you become a Patreon member of this.
Your road speed is 55, 3 miles a second.
A few months
Come around at 41. The three stars and the triangle.
I've got not the most recent, but
The three stars
previous
and the
most
triangle.
recent update. It's not a bad game. It's different. It's a survival dress
They're gonna stop you out here on pit road, buddy.
zombie game. Oh, we're not even going one to green this time. Ooh, okay. Oh, that's whatever.
The three stars in turn 1.
Anyway. So the main character's name is Anna. Her name's Anna, and you can
The three
customize
stars
her
in turn 2.
face, hairstyle, boob size.
Go, 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 dig, 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 dig. All the way to the last line. Dig, buddy.
So obviously,
Line up behind the 009 car. 2 minutes 46.631.
that's only if you choose to create a new character.
Get out there, go, go, go.
Certain things. But clothing has a durability. So as you go into combat and as time goes on, well, it's starting to fall apart, essentially. So, Dissociate on YouTube. He's how I found out about that game. So obviously he has editing software, so he can put the bar censorship when he plays it on, when he posts the video on YouTube. I don't think he's live streaming, or at least he doesn't do it often. So he's played a lot of games where I don't know how he does it. If he does it live, maybe he just moves to like Twitch, or I don't know. I just don't know. Because you have to, at least from what I know, this is from what I know, which is very little in streaming, editing video space. When you play video games and you post the video online, or when you create something and post it online, you start streaming.
1 to go. Single file right here, buddy. Alright, buddy, get those seatbelts tucked for me. Pull back on your steering wheel. Look ahead, hit your mark. Get a little drink of water. Got about 5 laps to go. 1 minute 54.822.
Kid, YouTube, stuff like that. Is there a software to where you can start recording a video from it? Because they use this, obviously my mic and soundboard and stuff, and then edit it. Then you post it to Rumble to YouTube. Is there something like that? I don't know. So I've just been trying streaming stuff. It's getting better. Still slow, obviously, because what I do is very, very niche, very niche. That's it. Hey, hello. So checking by the AI about it. But anyway, we'll finish these 4 laps out, and we'll go to Kansas. Hopefully have a better start there, result there. Hopefully, I doubt it. I highly doubt it. Then go to Public's Lowe's PQAW achievement quality 5. I like Lowe's. It's good traffic. I like it. Get some fun on it. So essentially, this is the
car's off. Are you ready?
to get to Lowe's for the UAW. It is the stock track. But edited through Sandbox to put in the race 2 defect far back. As to how long it should take you. So 3.3 hours. That's to be expected. All right, let's see. How many points did I get? I led the most laps. Yeah. What? Huh? Why did you get 0 point? How? What? How? What the? Oh my. You know what? I wonder. I wonder if the reason. Wait a minute. Mike's. What? What in the Sam hell is going on? So we got. Oh, for fuck's sake. The 018 of Bobby Labonte won this race. Oh, okay, okay, good, good, good. So only got 76 points. What? How? Yeah. What is going on? This makes no sense at all. I don't get it. I don't get it. I get it, it's the same name. I get that. Why is he getting no points? That's what I don't get. Why? Could it be because there's two names of his? Could that be it? Maybe. And then why, you know, you got 81 active drivers, although huh, I don't know. I don't know. I just don't know. I'm too tired to care. Let's move on to Kansas, then to Lowe's, maybe Martinsville, and we've got Atlanta. Yeah. All right, Kansas, here we go. Let's see if maybe I can get a better finish. 69 degrees. Nice. Nice. Cloudy. Cloudy. Good God, it's anything but cloudy. Jeez. Cloudy, cloudy. Cloudy. Okay. So, what is the benchmark setups? 750s, 550. What is the Jasper setup? 800, 700. That sounds right. Okay. Let's do this. And let's up you. Let's drop you. Let's try that. And you know what? We'll put in 49.27. Keep everything like that. Cool beans, good to go. And what they run, that sounds about right. I might have to add a little more grip to this track. Because they run, yeah, I'm going to have to add more grip to this track. Okay. So we will come back. We will come back to the Banquet 400 presented by Conagra Foods. Okie dokie, Smoky. All right. Do I still have? I do not still have Dega up. But it is right here. All right. So this is what I'm going to do. No. This is what I'm going to do. So their fuel usage was fine. What they did for tires was fine. That was perfect. Let's up their qualifying one. And let's drop this 1.4. Let's drop this to 0.4 because it's Talladega Super Speedway. Let's drop it to 0.4. I don't know if that'll do a damn thing, but hey, you never know. Yeah, you never know. All right, Kansas. Now, this should only have 2003. Yes, it should only have 2003. Okay, awesome. What is the base grip for Kansas? What was it again? Where are you, Kansas? HJ. There you are. Okay, so I've got the base grip set. All right, now this was Kansas in 2003. So tire wear's not really a thing. Not yet, anyway. Not yet. So that's why I've got this a little bit lower, that a little bit lower, that a little bit higher. I'm going to up this by a notch. Oops, no. Just one, thank you very much. And since the grip's the same, they're running mid 31s in cloudy weather. I'm going to up this grip by, since it's a single groove, let's up it by 300s. Let's put it at a 1.08. Let's keep this at a 1.08. And then we'll start from there. So that should, because Jimmy Johnson, I believe, is the pole sitter for this race, and he ran a 29.938. The fastest lap prior to the track being repaved was like a maybe 29.80 or 70 by, of all the people, Matt Kenseth. He's the one who set the track record. It's like, interesting. So we'll do that. Probably 60% chance of no cloud cover. Okay. 60% chance, and they're still doing this. Okay then. Yeah, we'll keep all that the same. We'll keep all that the same. Actually, you know what? Let's do this. Let's do this. Let's do this. 38 and 50. Excuse me. Because tires still did matter here more so than at Chicagoland. You could still, track position still was key, but not anywhere to the same extent as previously. All right, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and TV back on like magic. Boo-doo. Boo-doo. All right, while my TV does its thing. Hello. And yes, I did get Motorsports Manager because it's on sale. The entire bundle with some DLC is on sale for like $10, I think I got it for. It's fun. It's different. And of course, yes, I'm using WeMod. So I'm just here to have fun, man. I'm just here to have fun. We'll just leave you like that. We'll open you up like that. And through Steam, there are a lot of mods that you can use, which is pretty damn cool, man. It's cool. All right. Anyway, let's get this party started. Championship. All right. I didn't save anything. Cool beans. Now, they should be going faster. Because it's cloudy, they should probably run upper 30s. Should, cloudy, cloudy, cloudy. What do you know? It's all cloudy. Someone's getting a case of the Mondays. All right, even better. All right, perfect. Maybe that's why I was having trouble. Yeah, well, that's gotta be it. That's why I was having trouble. Because with this physics, you need more track grip just to go about the same speed. Because if I were to keep the base track grip at all the tracks, the speed would be just a little bit slower than what they ran in real life. So for instance, the Rock base track grip that I have for the 2004 season, we'd be running fastest laps in race pace, mid 25-second laps. In real life, I believe the fastest lap was in the low to mid 24-second bracket. Qualifying, because in 2003 it was cloudy for at least the first race, they qualified in the mid 23s. We'd be lucky to break 20. We'd be lucky to get into the mid 24s. right, here we go. Struggles continue. Oh, well. Wait a minute. Did I just see my car bottom out? Mm-hmm. Well then, genius. There you go. Car bottoms out in both. Yeah. Alright, so up this to, let's say 850, 800. We'll keep this at 450, 500. Qualify. Let's up the air pressure to 32. And 32. Let's drop this down to, let's say 6. Let's drop this to 5.5. So, actually, let's do this. Let's bring this up. And let's bring this up just a little bit. Gearing looks fine. Let's add a little bit more nose weight to the car. Alright. I want one more go at this. I want one more go. Okay, so low 30s, low to mid 30s. That is fine. Let's try this again. Let's see if we can get another one. Because we're not bombing
Just be nice and smooth here on this first 1 and 2 turn here on the first lap.
Jeez, that car's even worse. The car's just too loose. I don't know. I don't know what else to do. It doesn't look like we're bottoming out. I don't think our car bottomed out. So we've got the ride height right. Is there anything I can see from this view? The car's fine, 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 and then back end steps out. See, that's the thing, I'm not seeing anything, really. So, fine, fine, no bottoming out. And then, it's like right when I get on the throttle. There we go. Alright, so, I'm not going to restart this. No, there's no point. Let's actually swap this. Let's do this. Let's do that. let's try this. Let's drop this. I'm just throwing guesses out there, not that I'll come back and do this again. But there we go. Alright. We'll just continue on. That's all we got. 41st, good God. A second, essentially a second off pace. Jeez. Alright. Now, let's take what we've learned. And, okay, that's fine, actually. This, I think, will be fine. Let's drop you down. Got you right where we want you. Alright, let's try this. Let's start out with this.
Your road speed 45. 3 miles a second.
So, essentially what's going to happen...
Watch your speed. 3 miles a second.
My car's going to be loose center off. Okay, to make
Dig, buddy.
That's just fine. I was just going to do that. Appetite's 218 and we're barely hanging traffic. You put us in front of the so
Your road speed is 45, 3 miles per second.
look at this wall right here. Hopefully I gave Terry Labonte enough room for him to pull out. I don't know if he's just sitting there counting laps.
Go, 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 go! All the way to the last line. Your road speed is 45, 3 miles per second. Watch your speed, 3 miles per second. We're going to adjust your air pressure a little bit.
64 laps on
1 minute 4.382.
So we're about right now 2 tenths off the fastest lap.
Hey, buddy. Road speed 45, 3 miles per second. Go! All the way to the last line. Your road speed 45, 3 miles per second.
still a little bit tight. There we go. Now you're starting to get a little more flat, a little more tank. Now we can see. The car still feels about the same.
Inside. Still there, inside. Still there. You're clear. 31.204.
And we're in a faster lap.
Inside.
So,
Still there, inside.
air pressure a little bit.
You're clear. Inside. You're clear. Outside. Still there. You're clear. 31.442. Outside. Still out there. Still there. You're clear. Outside. Clear high.
110. It's gonna get tight. We are fast. Let's see, where's my car going? There's tight, and then whoop, round she goes. Okay. I think just to play it safe, I'll take a 1% more take. Let's just do this. Take a little bit more rear weight out. Put a little more weight to the rear, and that'll be the final adjustment. Yeah, I don't know what else to do. Car feels probably as good as it's gonna get. And we're still top 5 in speeds. We're just, the problem is we qualified so far back. Alright, here we go. The Banquet 400, presented by Conagra Foods.
Drivers, start your engine!
Go out there and have a good time today. Make it happen at the end, my friend. Pick something up here. You're ready to rock and roll. Good luck to you guys on pit road down there today. 5, 3 miles per second. Watch your speed, 3 miles per second. 1 minute 6.279.
It's just so frustrating.
Big buddy. What's going up there, buddy? Take a deep breath and relax. Buddy, talk to me about your hot rod.
And same tires as everybody else.
31.633. One in the pit, in the pit. Line up behind the 14.
There are two laps of cars between. So we have 4 laps to the pit.
Hey, road is open.
This actually helps us out a lot.
Your road speed is 45, 3 miles per second. The pace car on the front stretch. Back up, back up, back up.
I want to see what happened there. I know I wouldn't have put up on Google. But Jeff Gordon was behind me. What happened? Okay. Oh, Newman. Oh, Newman. Oh, man. Okay, so it was only... Ooh. So what started as just a 2-car wreck became a 4-car wreck. Almost 5. Wow. So... Damn. And then, of course, I smoked it on the pit road. So there's Terry. He's going to be behind me. Well... might actually be able to get out here.
Turn 1. Go, go, go. All the way to the last line. Your road speed is 45, 3 miles per second. The pace car in turn 2. Watch your speed, 3 miles per second. 1 minute 17.372. The pace car on the back stretch of dig, buddy. Line up behind the 41. everybody else up front here, so just so you're ready. All right, buddy, keep your seatbelt tucked for me, all right? Get the knees in, bad boy. Let's go rock and roll. That's working. 1 minute 27.682. Line up behind the 17 car. Stand by.
Restart the second, just so I don't get a lot of this short shift in there. And just be very gentle. Speed down back.
Reach out. All right, buddy, a couple laps by yourself there. How to feel? Keep digging, come on. Pit road closed. One in the pit, Car in the wall in the pit. 31, 23, 6, 7. Caution is out, buddy. Caution is out. Roll on the throttle. Great job going off the buddy. Pace car best in the field. Big, deep breath, buddy. Great job. Get yourself a little drinking gate right there, bud. Line up behind the pace car. Nice and easy, bud. Nice and easy.
So, what I'm going to do, I'm going to pause it here. I'm going to jump back, I don't know, like 10 laps. Excuse me, 20 laps, something like that on the replay. Oh, let's jump back this far. All right, I will be back. I'm going to go pee. And up, slide. Oh, it might help if I turn my mic toward me. Okay, so there's where he has the engine problem. Yeah. And that's what brought out the caution. So everybody's stacked up and piled in. Ooh. Boy, oh boy. Oh, well. Okay then. Alright. What did you see from your end? Actually, actually, let's hop up to. If you guys just don't stop in time, and just car gets turned sideways. You know, it's hard to stop. Not that you can see it much here. Let's do it better here. So he has an engine problem that starts stacking everybody up. He does get down as low as he can, but at that point it's just too late because 97 is getting turned. Arca brakes. And these guys avoid, I think they avoid everything, right? Yeah, they avoid everything. So, oh damn, look at that. We are motoring. Alright, so 4 tires, no adjustments. I really don't know what else to do to the car.
Your road is open.
It's fine, just a little tough. I don't want to listen too much to their...
Your road speed is 45, 3 miles a second.
Essentially,
The tight car on the front stretch.
see, when you're supposed to put the second foot, not the first one, the second one. I guess it's yellow.
Go, 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 go! All the way to the last line. Great job, pit crew. You guys are focused. The tight car in turn 1. Your road speed is 45, 3 miles a second. The tight car in turn 2. Watch your speed, watch your speed. 3 miles a second. 1 minute 21.483. Dig, buddy. Line up behind the tight car.
Probably gonna take the one to bring 93, so I think it's 94. I'm still gonna start the second here.
Nice and easy, bud. Nice and easy.
It was fast to restart the check down. And now it's spinning the tires. That's gonna be easier said than done. But you know, we're trying to do it.
1 minute 4.244. That was a veteran move right there, buddy. That was awesome. You're doing a great job. Good job, bud. Settle in and get a rhythm.
So this time by should get So we got 15 cars on the
You okay, buddy? Big Rick in turn 1. Come around at 42 car. Does everything look okay in the back? Need fender work there, Chad. 10-4. Be ready, guys. Got a plan, Chad. Hang on to her now. Bring it in at 10. We're going to give you some tires. Come around at 42 car. Come around at 42 car. We're going to adjust your air pressure a little bit. Come around at 42 car. So 10-4. We're going to mess the blast here on the next stop. After that, if that doesn't work, we'll start working with the handlebar a little bit. Pit road is open. Pit road will be open this time for lead left car. Do not miss the first time by. 10-4. 1 minute 5.859. Come around at 42 car.
And all of a sudden, it just wants to spin out all the way. No, I get it. This is a tryover. I get it. But seriously? Seriously? See what I mean? Dude, this is why I'm just ready to end the season. But it's crazy shit like this. It's like, damn. Where's your hell, man? It's not good. Oh, my God.
Your road speed is 45. 3 miles a second. Come around at 42 car.
Video game player. I'm not the greatest, NASCAR 2003 driver, F1 driver. I know that. I just do it for fun. And I enjoy it.
The nice start on the back stretch.
I really think that because these cars made it as close as you can get in a video game.
The paint starting in turn 3.
This is the 2003 Winston Cup Series. These cars are the 2003 Winston Cup cars.
Go, 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 go! All the way to the last line. Your road speed is 45. 3 miles a second. The paint starting in turn 4.
In 2003, and it's going to be the same in 2004, 5, 6, 7. Just like
1 minute 32.192. Watch your speed, watch your speed. 3 miles a second. The paint starting on the front stretch.
If it does,
Dig, buddy.
This is
Line up behind the 38.
Keep that in mind. This game is 23 years old, and it seems to recognize the difference. Because this is NASCAR 2003 reimagined. Same physics I ran for my other 2003 Winston Cup Series, where I had the Doom 3 Activision Blizzard car. Same physics. Way different results. Way different results.
If you have those tires, nice and smooth. Come around the 74 car. Got a plan, Chad. Hang on to her now. Bring it in at 10. We're going to give you some tires. Come around at 5. Got a plan, Chad. Hang on to her now. Bring it in at 10. We're going to give you some tires. We're going to adjust your air pressure a little bit. 1 minute 3.811. Tight in the center, loose off now. All right, we're going to drop the pan arm bar 2 rounds. But 10-4, we're going to mess with the blades here on the next stop. After that, if that doesn't work, we'll start working with the pan arm bar a little bit.
See what happened. What happened? Because prior to that, the car was doing okay. It was just because I had gotten loose. Okay, see, the car is doing fine there. How to get out of it? The car's, yep, had to really get out of it. The car got loose. So I almost wrecked him. Then I gave him a little bump, essentially a tough thing to bump and run. Car gets loose. I mean, I guess you could say air loose. Then all of a sudden up there it gets loose. Down here it gets loose, and then bam. I'm like, oh, what? But then, of course, because I'm spinning out, cars are just essentially taking the basic maneuvers. At least trying to. Ooh. That's what happened there to him. I see. So so we bottomed out a little bit. Just a little bit. But I wonder if that slight bottom out is what caused the problem. I don't think that's aero loose. I think that was just because I made contact with them. And then that just upset the car, which is something that can happen with the player. So I'm just trying to avoid getting hit, don't hit me. And then take the back first. Bottomed out in the left front. I don't recall.
Come around at 5. Come around at 5.
I love it.
Come around at 5.
The car's still running. Oh, it's
Come around at 5. Come around the 74 car. 1 to go. Okay, here come your lap cars inside. It's going to be a lot of chaos up front here, so just be ready. Alright, buddy, keep your seatbelts tucked for me, alright? Get the knee in there, bad boys. Let's go rock and roll, 10-4. Line up behind the 38. Stay up high. The pace cars again, turn 1. Your road speed 45. 3,000 seconds. The pace cars again, turn 2.
And we're just going to speed like a...
The pace cars local bank stretch. The pace cars again, turn 3. Go, 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 go! All the way to the last line. Your road speed is 45. 3,000 seconds. Watch and speed. Watch and speed. 3,000 seconds. Watch. Minute 20.3. 1-0. Dig, buddy. Get flag. Fast on the pit road. Check it down there. Everything throw up to the edge of the field. I don't know. Off to the back. When you leave the pit, look at the landing line. Make sure you're aware of that. Check it down there. Everything throw up to the edge of the field. I don't know. Off to the back. Green. Stay on the apron. And stay on your bottom right here. Take the cars off. Be ready. Line up behind the 45. Stay up high. Tail end of the longest line. 35, 27, 8.
like we're missing even more of our left over. Might be. There goes the motor.
Got a blown engine. Important. Yes, we're going to have to go to the garage for sure, but let's try to get our stuff here ready to go.
There goes the mother flipping
Goodbye
motor.
flag. Bring it in and pin. Bring it in and pin. Need to make sure our car's right. Great job, buddy. Nice and smooth and get your mark. Just keep a good pace. You're doing good.
Leave the motor. Well, I mean, I'm talking about me intentionally, you know, like downshifting or something. No, just going, and... Nope, that wasn't me. That was a mechanical failure because of how damaged the car is. Well. I am curious as to what kind of mechanical failure it is, because no smoke, the motor just went boom. So,
Pit road closed. Pit road speed 45, 3 miles a second.
and I don't care about speeding, I'm just
The
gonna
pace
drive
starting
straight.
in turn 2. Watch your speed, 3 miles a second.
Alright, so, what I'm gonna do
The
is
pace starting on the back
before
stretch.
we get back racing again, I'm going to clean off my glasses. I want to see if I can add any.
Dig, buddy.
Because I found a little
Goodbye
sheet
flag.
where
Fast on pit road. Check it down there, but they told us to go to the end of the field. I don't know. Okay, just fall to the back. Caution is out, buddy. Caution is out. Roll out the throttle. Pace car heads the field. Get caught up there, buddy. Take a deep breath and relax.
laps over and over.
Buddy, talk to me about your high rod.
Yeah. Now, I only did that once.
Can you hear me over there? I want to pit this time. Line up behind the 40. Tail end of the longest line.
Damn, Chad. He's pissed. Yes, Chad. I got you loud and clear. We are coming in this time. So what that means is we are at the... if I were to stay out and go one more lap, we would be disqualified. So that's where this is. There is no... We're going to stop scoring you until you serve your penalty. There is none of that in this game.
Get out there, go, go, go.
You get black flags. You serve your penalty within 3 laps, otherwise you're disqualified. Race done. So, with this, we are essentially... Well, we'll see. We'll see what happens. Oh, alright, we're not gonna make that. Alright, let's tow the car. I'll be back. I'm gonna
The pace starting in turn 3.
get some water. Actually, probably get some in my big break. But hold on. Jesus, I'm tired. Bing. Deep
The
breath.
pace starting in turn 4.
Bring my big container that has water mixed with gamer subs.
The pace starting on the front stretch.
I'm going to bring it. There we go. Alright. How's the top? You guys enjoy listening to Chad Spotter.
The pace starting in turn 1. The pace starting in turn 2. The pace starting on the back stretch. our time. I don't want anybody to get hurt. Ryan, what do you see? Somebody talk to me down there. The left side truck arm is bent. The braces, that big knee brace is all bent up. The radiator busted. Crazy. How bad does it look from up there, can you tell? From the streak of oil, it looks like oil up there on the racetrack. Dude, it's ugly. Get it fixed up as best we can and put it in the truck, guys. Done for sure, right? Yeah, crazy, we're done. How about, buddy? I want you back here behind the pit box so I talk to you. Really wish you would stop tearing up these cars. Hey, Tula, you got your radio on?
10-4.
Can you get our tires, anybody?
9 of the 19, why, who's there?
Right here right now.
Yeah, the 9 or the 19 or the 24 can take whatever they need.
10-4. One to go. The paint starts again, turn 3. The paint starts again, turn 1. The paint starts again, turn 2. The paint starts on the back stretch. The paint starts again, turn 3. The paint starts again, turn 4. Coming to the green, buddy, coming to the green. Let's go get him. The paint starts on the front stretch. Paint car's off, be ready. Green, green, green.
You back. Let's adjust everything. That should be fine right there. Alright. Let's see.
Doing good. Be nice and smooth. Pick them off one at a time.
Okay.
That was a veteran move right there, buddy. That was awesome.
Interesting.
You're doing a great job.
Alright, I'm gonna say, there we go, about the 51. Alright, that's it. What blue? Header. Header went boom, of course. So, the only thing that I noticed was that we did bottom out just ever so slightly. Just ever so slightly. there's split. So I'm thinking maybe that's what the problem is. The car's bottoming out. I don't know. 2 2/3 hours. Now, it did help that it was cloudy. I will not deny that. So air pressure, we could keep here. Huh. Well. So, the problem is we could, well, you know what, fine, we'll just bring it up a 1/4 inch. We'll put you there, keep you there. We'll do this here, and that'll be that. All right. Well, here we go. On to Lowe's Motor Speedway for the UAWGM Quality 500. I do like this track. It's essentially a home track. Clear, and cloudy, of course. Oh, but of course. Okay, so we'll put you as clear, we'll put you as cloudy, and let's just talk about that. Let's just talk about it. Well, let's just start with that, huh? Yes. Yeah. Alright, so low 30s. Technically, with this being in the fall and at night, it technically should be upper 29s. But we're probably going to run stupid fast in the race because it's cloudy. All right, here we go. All right, 14th, that's not too bad. The car just, I don't know. I don't know what else I could have done. I really don't. Maybe drop that a notch. I mean, these are the same, so I don't want to change it. Actually, no, here's what I'll do. I'll just do this. I mean, not that it'll make much of a difference anyway, but hey. Yeah, that's... Man, we had a good run going. So, qualifying is not too bad, actually. So, well, let's see. Where's our pit stall? We are, don't know. It looks like we passed the start finish.
Your road speed 45, 3 miles a second.
power, and I don't know if you get that close, so you get it faster.
30.620.
Okay, so we just hit 8,500 essentially. We have cars to draft off of, which probably going to be 86, 87. Okay, and that's include, this is a clear weather. Race days can be cloudy. So our feelings for the pretty much, I think we're going to put the red light for sure.
30.206.
So here, this race can be cloudy, fast drops cruising to upper 29s, and we'll drop about 2.5, 3 seconds on the left. Keep that up. 2004, drop off, speed pretty up.
30.258.
Race days in the 29s. I always will start to jump out. Just from the standpoint, it's 2005, they never did the surface. 2004, they used the diamond cutter on the surface of the track. Just
30.332.
assistant pilot, so we get maybe 87 that does 1 minute straight long. The 3500, so we have to round.
Inside. You're clear. Outside. You're clear.
Got a cloudy weather set up in the car.
30.383.
This could be good. I definitely think we're going to work on
road speed 45, 3 miles a second. Watch your speed, 3 miles a second.
Alright, cool, got it. We're gonna be in traffic. So I don't want to add, I don't want to do much to the car. That's the thing, I don't want to do much to the car. The car does not feel bad at all. I think we can get away with maybe adding 2% tape, and just because the car's a little tight, put a little more agreeable to it. Just hope I'm not over adjusting, because it's cloudy 67, which is a degree cooler. 14. I'm gonna risk it. I'm gonna risk it. Here we go. 500 miles.
Gentlemen, start your engine!
I'm up in the center of 1 and 2 up here, so as you're going down the back stretch into 3, it may appear to me that they're inside, but they may be just shy of that. I'll really try to stay on top of that all night long. Just get a nice rhythm here.
So we started 14, probably fell back to almost 20. Now we're at 5. Okay. I should start at 10. Go figure. So water temp that time was about 215. So water temp has cooled down.
45, 3 miles per second.
Dig, buddy. It's not a spot. 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 It's not a spot.
Get out there, go, go, go.
It's not a spot. It's not a spot.
now it's going to work about 3 hours. Maybe closer to 2 hours. That's not too bad. Not too bad. This coming in ranch race.
Hey, road is open.
They went 135. Nice. It can be done. It can be done.
Your road speed is 45, 3 miles per second. The pace car on the front stretch. Watch your speed, 3 miles per second. 1 minute 3.470. Start turning in, you're right in here, buddy. Come on, stop on your mark.
It's just too bad.
The pace car can turn 1.
Everyone should take
Go, 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 go! All the way to the last line. The pace car can turn 2. Your road speed is 45, 3 miles per second. Dig, buddy. Line up behind the 49.
So there's the cars. They should line up inside. There we go.
Get out there, go, go, go!
As we switch, there's 1, 2, 3, 4. Welcome to lines not so much as Jack. So I don't know, man. Alright. We're back. We're gonna be a so apparently it's got to get out of 5 meters. do want to see what happens. Okay, she's... Oh, there you go. That's why I'm so damn fast. I need to get a grip with them. Alright, they ran, let's see. So my previous lap was a 30-11. Jimmy, 30-63. So these guys are essentially, there's the caution. So these guys are essentially mid 30s to low 31s. And what happened here? Oh, I can already tell you what happened. The 29 slowed down faster than the 16 did, and boom. Then, this is when cars start piling in. Yep, boom. And the cars don't do a good job of avoiding the wreck. So, boom. Well, that explains. And Jimmy slows down a little bit. All that stuff. Damn. Okay. Let me go pee real quick. This water's going straight on through. I'll be right back. Get a big gulp of water. I'm moving this bike out of the way. This here, There we go. That way you guys can hear me better. All right. So, how's it look? I don't know why Junior and Bobby Labonte are behind me. They're both one lap down. They're supposed to line up on the inside. But anyway. So, a minute 19 minutes.
Coming to the green, buddy. Coming to the green. Let's go get him. Safety car's off. Are you ready? Green, green, green. 1 minute 31.864. road speed 45. 3 miles a second. Watch your speed, watch your speed. 3 miles a second. 43.912.
So this is going to cost us the lead. Now, one lap down. And it goes about 520 laps. So, damn it.
Go, 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 go! All the way to the last line. Your road speed 45. 3 miles a second. Hey, buddy. Get flag, flag. Fast from pit road. It's gonna be a pass-through. It's gonna be a pass-through. Come on, in the time pass-through, watch your pit road speed as you do this. It's not a spot. 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 Get out there. Get out there. Go, go, go. Your road speed 45. 3 miles a second. It's not a spot. It's not a spot. It's not a spot. It's not a spot. Watch your speed. Watch your speed. 3 miles a second. 1 minute 36.388. Hey, buddy. Get flag, flag. Fast on pit road. Alright, bud, bring it back in here right now. We gotta come down pit road, buddy.
So, this is
Get out there, go, go, go. It's not a spot. It's not a spot. Outside. It's not a spot. It's not a spot. You're clear. Your road speed 45. 3 miles a second. It's not a spot. It's not a spot. It's not a spot. It's not a spot. One minute 2.826. Go, 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 go. All the way to the last line. Your road speed 45. 3 miles a second. Hey, buddy. It's not a spot. 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 Get out there. Get out there. Go, go, go. It's not a spot. It's not a spot. All right, buddy, you had a couple laps by yourself there. How'd it feel? Keep digging, come on. It's not a spot. It's not a spot. Outside, go quick. Pit road closed. It's not a spot. It's not a spot. Caution is now, buddy. Caution is now. Don't blow the throttle. Safety car has the field. Get caught up there, buddy. Take a deep breath and relax. Buddy, talk to me about your high ride. 41.887. Wanted to touch your air pressure a little bit. Line up behind the 54 car. Pit road is open. Pit road will be open this time. Left car. Do not hit the first time by. Step 3 miles a second. They're going to stop you out here on pit road, buddy. Watch your speed, watch your speed. 3 miles a second. The pace car in turn 1. 1 minute 43.109. Start turning in here, right in here, buddy. Come on, stop on your mark. Start turning in here, right in here, buddy. Come on, stop on your mark. Start turning in here, right in here, buddy. Come on, stop on your mark. Start turning in here, right in here, buddy. Come on, stop on your mark. Start turning in here, right in here, buddy. Come on, stop on your mark. The pace car's in turn 2. The pace car's on the bank stretch. Go, 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 dig, go, 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 go! All the way to the last line. Your road speed 45, 3 miles a second. We're going to adjust your air pressure a little bit. The pace car's in turn 3. Dig, buddy. Line up behind the 40. Everything's fine. We just got to get in our rhythm. Everybody. Line up behind the 30 car. Stay on the bottom here. 1 minute 36.741. Nice and easy, bud. Nice and easy.
By the time the green flags were, once the green flags start, over the fire, all these guys, that's a good line, Jimmy. That would be nice, you know. Alright. So, I'm still going to be driving all scene there. My head down, that's absolutely hard. Don't be smart about it. I'm just going to go hard. I'm just going to go hard. Yeah, I think I'll start first here.
Coming to the green, buddy. Coming to the green. Let's go get him.
Every time he's
Take the cars off. Are you ready? Green, green, green. It's not a spot. Not a spot. It's not a spot. It's not a spot. Dodge out. All right, buddy. You had a couple laps by yourself there. How'd it feel? Keep digging. Come on.
okay.
Caution is out, buddy. Caution is out. Roll on the throttle. 1 minute 35.183. Line up behind the 77.
Hi. We got some damage. Excellent. We'll do the opposite. If these guys stay out, they will stay out. They can split. I just don't want it. I don't think I can. I had a good idea, but I guess I just gotta go too hard on the
Alright, boys. We can do this, yeah. We can still get back in the lead lap, and we can still get a good finish. Settle in, nice and easy. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. We just gotta get in our rhythm. Get in our rhythm, everybody. The train starts in turn 1. Line up behind the 77. Stay on the bottom here. 1 minute 43.637. The train starts in turn 2. Your road speed 45. 3 miles a second. On the back stretch. Go, go. All the way to the last line. Great job, pit crew. You guys are smoking. Watch your speed, watch your speed. 3 miles a second. Dig, buddy. Get flag. Fast on the pit road. Check it down there. Everything goes from the end of the field. I don't know. Fall to the back. When you leave the pit, look at the landing line. Make sure you're aware of them. Check it down there. Everything goes from the end of the field. I don't know. Fall to the back. Stay on the apron. And stay on your bottom right here. Line up behind the 74 car. Stay on the bottom here. Tail end of the longest line. Fill it up with fuel. Coming to the green, buddy. Coming to the green. Let's go get him. Car's off. Be ready. Nice and easy, bud. Nice and easy. Nice and easy, bud. Nice and easy. Green. It's not a spot. It's not a spot. It's not a spot. It's not a spot. Inside. Go inside. 1 minute 18.5. Green line. Follow inside. Go there. Green line. Follow inside. Inside. It's not a spot. It's not a spot. Still there. Inside. Below. It's not a spot. It's not a spot.
Yep, I am definitely not racing a Martinsville. I am not doing anything at Martinsville. I am just doing straight into the driver lessons. That way you guys can see all of the lessons.
Go! All the way to the last line. Your road speed 45. 3 miles a second. Watch your speed. 3 miles a second. Dig, buddy. We're going to adjust your air pressure a little bit. Nice, smooth. Go get him, man. It's not a spot. 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 Get out there. Go. It's not a spot. It's not a spot.
up.
31.168. Inside. Still there? You're clear. 30.836. Inside. Go inside. Clear low.
Water temp is getting up to about 2.
Put a small piece of tape and put on the left-hand side of the grill. I want to cover up 3 inches on the left-hand side here. 30.840.
100 laps is 150 miles. So this means we've got 135 miles to go. So yeah, almost another hour of race left. Well over on time. This is of course assuming it goes green. And and what's the leaders on for speed? 157.7.
31.210.
Could be about 50 minutes over the lead. Of course, what's the lead that leads? Oh, man. I knew something would happen. I thought it would not happen. I was out. Another day, another dollar, another night, another night. I'm on the cruise.
30.795.
Yeah, after the driving lessons, I'm probably just gonna fall asleep. We're at almost 9.5 hours straight. It looks like it's just even me, myself, and I on Twitch. As for the picking YouTube, I don't know. I don't know. Thank you guys and gals who watched on YouTube. Thank you. It means a lot. And for those who are watching on Twitch, my Twitch stream manager doesn't show it. Thank you as well. Thank you. I know this isn't the most exciting thing to watch. And especially when the player, this car is damaged.
It's not a spot. It's not a spot.
I don't think car doesn't look bad, it's just down on power. Because of the almost full foot.
31.394.
I'm just out of it, man. I'm just ready for the season to be done. I'm down in the dumps. My concentration's shit. My morale is low. My confidence is low, if I have any at all. The only bright lights are, I do like Atlanta, I do like North Carolina Speedway. I don't mind Homestead. Martinsville is hit or miss. So Phoenix, I can't stand Phoenix. I just, it's like New Hampshire, I cannot grasp it. Qualifying, sure. 2 laps, as fast as you can go. Oh yeah, bring it on, let's go. Race pace, nope.
31.026.
And I don't know. I don't know. So before we go to the driving lessons, I want to see if Jimmy Johnson won this or something. Because he won it in real life. I want to see if he won it here. I think he won this race.
31.206.
2005, it was Stewart who won the year that we won about. I don't remember about 2004. I know Johnson won it 03, 04, 05 for 600s. That's why he And then the 500-mile race, we won it in 2017. I was at that race with Buddy, and you could just barely see us on TV when Jimmy's doing his burnouts on the first road. Just barely. But yeah, it's 2013 or 2014. Was successful. I don't remember. Maybe it was the 2014 All-Star race.
31.119.
Too long, I don't remember. So, we only need 10.5 minutes. I am half debating. Do I want to run this thing until we get calmed down the road? Which would be with about 35 done.
31.040.
When we get to 50 to go, I come in, I can make it up to no tires. Fill her up, essentially. 4 tires, go, high bottom. We go. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah. It's really all reality. We could.
31.403.
Because if we go 40 laps, that'll leave us with 30 laps left. Possibly 40 laps, 38, 36. That is essentially 12 gallons of gas. On 11 gallons, we could probably go 30 to 32 laps on those. So that's
31.553.
We could get away with 37 laps. We could. Now, the problem is, this car is slow, this car is tight, and we are, well, right now, we're 2.5 laps right now. Let's see how much it is. Jimmy's essentially 20.5 seconds ahead.
31.453.
3/4 of a second. So, that means Jimmy's running mid to upper 30s. Or towards the upper 30s. It'll be close. I don't know. I probably, actually, you know what I could is, we're going to lose
31.169.
lose the lap because we're slow, we're damaged, you know, we're supposed to be getting up to 195, we're getting up to 183 at first. Obviously we'll run fast. If we have something grabbed off of, we might hit 185, or 85. So what I'm thinking is, we get laps, hit 4 tires, and be fine. That is what I'm
31.317.
And I'm, halfway through the driving lessons, I'll probably just end the stream and just game on my own. I don't know what, I don't know if I want to, no, I don't want to be able to stats, stream and have you guys. You know what, fuck it, we'll just stream, we'll just do it. We'll just play a different game. We're not going to do up wrong because a little bit too late and the first is still
31.385.
We'll just play Jurassic World and we should be good. I'll probably just do housing. So I'll just have to angle my head to the left a little bit. I'll let you guys know. Or I'll do it on time. I don't know. I'm just tired, guys. This season's got
31.597.
And then you throw that one down. You guys know. Some days you get the bear, and some days the bear gets you, and this time the bear's got me. Damn, we were doing so speed. That's how Jimmy takes the lead. But I speed up him,
31.307.
pass through. He's after coming to a stop and go. That's when I fall 2 3/4 laps down. And then I'm just busting my ass trying to get up. And car gets loose on extra 2, spin out lap down. Actually did get hit, but I'm still 2 laps down. And it's like, no shit. Yeah.
31.630.
The only reason Jimmy was the only car on the last caution to get out of the safety zones. First caution of the day. And overnight. 38 laps, 39 laps, something like that. And now Judo is
Good job, man. Hit your mark. 31.726.
I'm trying, man. All that my marks are right now is just driving in the corner and jumping straight out of the throttle and on the back end. That's all my marks are. I'll just finish the race and whatever is still out of the standing there. And everything going so slow. What's that water jump at?
31.490.
Because we're so fucking slow, our water jump at.
Put a small piece of tape and put on the left-hand side of the grill. I want to cover up 3 inches on the left-hand side there.
I probably blow the motor with my drag season. As we are coming to 100 miles per minute, 67 laps.
31.114.
Holy shit. Oh my god. You know what? I'm running. I'll just run the bottom, 1, 2, and run another car once to run. I guess this shows by
31.228.
Guys, are you serious? I am gaining on Jimmy Johnson. I went from 25.83 seconds back to 25.69. Nice seconds back. What? That's not my count. I'm going to go on. This doesn't really the bottom. Because that line, another shorter way around the back. And for some reason, the car still has a good car to get to go.
31.337.
Oh, no, now I lost on both of them. Make it make sense, man. Maybe. There's oh,
31.618.
So it's, okay, there we go. So, Juniper's still going. Everyone's healthy. I'm the fuck here.
Leader is the next car back. Be smooth. Box is out. All right, bud, you had a couple laps by yourself there. How'd it feel? Keep taking. Come on.
It's not a spot. 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 It's not a spot.
We ring, boys. Come need some stuff here. Talk to us, bud. You okay, buddy? Get a couple guys back to the truck to get a transmission out, the gear change box out, get all that stuff ready, get it set up in the garage. Got a plan, champ. Hang on to her now. Bring it in at 10. We're going to give you some tires.
You got oil coming out of our car somewhere. Yeah, you got oil leaking somewhere.
Caution is out, buddy. Caution is out. Roll out the throttle.
Pace car has the field. Get caught up there, buddy. Take a deep breath and relax.
Oh,
Buddy, talk to me about your high rod.
we are way.
1 minute 12.14. There's a spin in turn 4. Line up behind the 45.
Good news is we can make more fuel, everyone else can. What bad news is now we're going to be slower. I am done. Please, I want these risks.
Pit road is open. Pit road speed 45. 3 miles a second.
Drop down, drop down.
The pace car in turn 1. The pace car in turn 2.
Not speed, not speed, not speed, not speed, not speed, not speed, not speed. All right.
1 minute 1.180. The pace car's on the back stretch. Pull the tire off, look up inside there, see what's wrong with it. Fender up, there you go, there you go. Ron, that thing's not gonna rub. Chris, come over here, jack up the left side, come on. McCray, you get over there and work on your right side fender of the crush panel. Put Paramount on that grill, Ron, if you need to roll that edge down. Brian, don't be careful now. Is the tubing still there? What does that mean? Yeah, what does that mean? Oh, that means can you just rivet it up into it? Or just get a drill and rivet and pop it up in there? Get the lower portion of the nose and tap it out. Get a hammer and tap out the lower portion of the nose. You're not going to be able to get that underneath there, I don't think. Guys, we got to hustle up here. The pace car's on the front stretch. Go, go, go! Dig, dig, dig! Dig, dig, dig! All the way to the last line. Pit road speed 45. 3 miles a second. No tires, no tires. We're going to adjust your air pressure a little bit. Dig, buddy. Line up behind the 7.
So, Junebug, like a dummy, and essentially when the road is closed, that's why he's killing Charlie. Actually, yeah, because he survived on that.
Get out there, go, go, go!
Do not pick the first high line. Even though I'm going to leave out, it still says, do not pick the first high line. Copy, blah, 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 blah. But yeah, but he did. What the? So, the air was a lot.
1 minute 43.266.
Because I can't figure out what in the track NI or even in the happy AI caused them to do that.
Nice and easy, bud, nice and easy.
Oh, hey, we just got our lap back. But you know what? Since we're under caution, let's pit. And what will happen is we'll be tailing the lead lap, even though technically we're supposed to go to the tail and walk line for getting like a closed road. So, because of that, I'm going to add an optimizer. Because I had it up to here with this season. And, oh, well, that maybe explains why I've gotten bored. Welcome to I'm/Watch's chat room. It's still saying it's connecting to chat, and it's, she's...
One to go. Hey, bud, go inside. Lap cars are inside. Alright, boys, we can do this, yeah. We can still get back in the lead lap, and we can still get a good finish. Settle in, nice and easy. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. We just gotta get in our rhythm. Just get in our rhythm, everybody. Watch your speed, watch your speed. 3 miles a second. They're gonna stop you out here on pit road, buddy. 1 minute 14.083. Put a little flash fuel in it. The pace car's in turn 2. Line up behind the 30 car. Stay on the bottom here.
Editing software, not system. Good lord, editing software. I'll probably start doing reaction
The pace car's on the back stretch.
and of course, maybe once it's a webcam too. I don't know. I'm not gonna be a VTuber, I don't think. But it's I don't know. I just don't know. There's just too
Go,
many.
go, go, dig, 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 dig. All the way to the last line. Your road speed 45. 3 miles a second. The pace car's in turn 3.
In all reality.
Dig, buddy.
So I just
Get back flag. Too fast from pit road. Check it down there, but they told us to go to the end of the field. I don't know. Okay, fall to the back. When you leave the pit, look at the landing line. Make sure you're aware of that. Check it down there, but they told us to go to the end of the field. I don't know. Okay, just fall to the back. Stay on the apron. Just stay on your bottom right here. Coming to the green, buddy. Coming to the green. Let's go get him. Green, green, green. Line up behind the 30 car. Stay on the bottom here. Tail end of the longest line. Nice, smooth. Go get him, man. It's not a spot. It's not a spot.
Alright, so we are just
Outside. It's not a spot. It's not a spot. You're clear. Inside. Go inside. You're clear. It's not a spot. It's not a spot. 31.546. Inside. It's not a spot. It's not a spot. Go inside. It's not a spot. It's not a spot. Go inside. It's not a spot. It's not a spot. Go there. You're clear. It's not a spot. It's not a spot. 31.392.
Corner speeds are fine. Just can't slow it up. Even in the ground. Just can't.
31.373.
How much slower am I going to run? Because by the time I was about to hit, it was like, essentially 2 seconds off the fast lap. It's off the first lap. Or, knowing my luck, I'm just going to go boom! After get a caution, I will go down and
Put a small piece of tape and put on the left-hand side of the grill. One cover up, 3 inches on the left-hand side there.
we are 4 laps.
31.692.
Probably looks even. But if we were to get a caution, I would come down. I don't want a caution. I want this thing to go through. I just want to see it. I don't want that thing. Because now I've lost the track.
31.393.
Yeah, so now, because I lost the track, I'm running mid-30s rather than low 30s. Yeah, I'm essentially running lap times that I ran when I was not in Dega, essentially. And smoke is coming. Is he the last car to be left? Yep, he's the last car to be left.
31.613.
Yeah, he's actually coming on the way. Well, what do you know? And my screen, not that you guys can see it, as one of these come by sunset. Let's go to blue lights. Which is okay, it's fine. This has just been a frustrating
32.042.
We won Daytona, we won the Daytona 500, we won the Subway 400, second race of the season, Rockingham. Bunch of Xfinity. Our next win wasn't until Go June. And then our most recent win was the Sharpie 500.
31.845.
Now the caffeine that I've had all day today is giving me again. What a perfect day. Another day. It was looking so good too. Talladega, I don't mind. I know it's in this for me. We were leading the way. And
31.986.
As we were trying to pass. Now he was the left car, but he was trying to pass me the slower car. But then I didn't have much space. And that thing was car. Yay, good job. So that damaged my car a lot. And then I had to have the car in front of me and behind me to actually go fast. And then I just
32.194.
down low, I made a big flop, trying to keep my position. Got spun out. Then eventually just damaged the car enough to get my own boom. Then the next race was Kansas. Doing okay. And the car just all of a sudden got loose off the board. I save it, and then the car gets loose on the first straightaway. I try to save it, but I get down on the apron where it's flat, and I just sent the car and did that. I said, what? And then here we are in Lowe's. Doing so well, then first caution, that's fine. Cool. Next set of pit stops, no, sorry, about 150 laps to go, something like that. Made another set of pit stop. I spin off the road.
32.465.
So I'm on the apron, up to speed. Oh, I spin out. Nice. So Jimmy went from, being behind me to being the leader. And then I sped doing the pass mode, which means I had to do a stop and wait up. So I ended up being 2 laps down. I'm trying to get my way back and rebound, and I just pushed it too hard. Spin on the 2. And thankfully no one hit me. I didn't hit anybody. Well, next thing you know,
32.494.
car just gets more and more damaged, and then now here we are. I'm essentially just waiting for the motor to go over. And we're about 2 seconds from being lapped. Not even. Not even 2 seconds. And this is supposedly Junior has some kind of tire issue. Yeah, okay. Right.
32.237. Leader is the next car back. Be smooth.
Alright, goodbye.
but you had a couple laps by yourself there. How'd it feel? Keep digging, come on. It's not a spot. The pace car in turn 1, the pace car in turn 2. Got a blown engine. That's important. Yes, we're going to have to go to the garage for sure, but let's try to get our stuff here ready to go.
So what I'm going to do is you're going to hear a lot of moving around, a lot of moving parts.
The pace car's on the back
I'm
stretch.
essentially going to switch my racing seat with my gaming chair. So you're going to hear a lot of noise. I'm not going to mute it, there's no point. Actually,
the pace car in turn 3.
we'll see how it goes. I'm just going to, I'm done. I'm done.
The pace car in turn 4.
Alright, so I'm going to lose the mic for a good portion.
The pace car's on the front stretch.
I'm not going to mute anything, I'm just going to unplug the mic from the soundboard while I move.
Leaders on pit road. The pace car in turn 1. The pace car in turn 2. The pace car's on the back stretch. The pace car in turn 3. The pace car in turn 4. Take our time. I don't want anybody to get hurt. Ryan, what do you see? Somebody talk to me down there. The left side truck arm is bent. The braces, that big knee brace is all bent up. The radiator busted. Crazy. How bad does it look from up there? Can you tell? From the streak of oil, it looks like oil up there on the racetrack. Dude, it's ugly. Get it fixed up as best I can and put it in the truck, guys. Done for sure, right? Yeah, crazy, we're done. How about, buddy? So watch your back here behind the pit box so I talk to you. Really wish you would stop tearing up these cars. Hey, Julie, is your radio on?
10-4.
Can you get our tires, anybody?
9 of the 19. Why, who's there?
Right here, right now.
Yeah, the 9 or the 19 or the 24 can take whatever they need.
10-4. The pace car's on the front stretch. The pace car's on the back stretch. The pace car's in turn 3.
I know it sounds weird. I set my mic slightly down and hold it in. It's essentially at my mid-shin, I'd say.
The pace car's in turn 4.
We're close to my knee. Come on. I don't know, man. Moving.
The pace car's on the front stretch.
One to go.
The pace car's in turn 1.
The pace car in turn 2. The pace car on the back stretch. The pace car in turn 3.
Not too bad, not too bad. Okay, I'm gonna go pee real quick.
The pace car in turn 4.
I'll be back.
Coming to the green, buddy, coming to the green. Let's go get him. The pace car's on the front stretch. Pace car's off, be ready. Green, green, green.
The car was an absolute pleasure to drive. It was an awesome car. And I messed it up. Jimmy Johnson ended up running the fastest lap. That's there's the house. We're going to finish what, 29? Yeah, 29. How many cautions was that? That was 5 caution flags. Not too bad. I led 189 laps. God. Ah. That just sucked, man. All right. So, driving lessons. Oh, wait a minute. Okay. Okay, here we go. Driving lessons, folks. Hopefully they all work.
Welcome to the most realistic racing simulation ever developed for the PC. If you've never played a Papyrus racing sim before, you may be in for a surprise the first time you get out on the track, because in real life, driving a 750 horsepower stock car at the limit isn't easy.
So the reason these cars look like this is Probably because I'm not using their base paint scheme. So,
And it's not easy to do in the game either. You can't expect to become a master at it overnight. First, you need a solid understanding of the basics, and that's where these driving lessons will help. Before we get down to business, we've got to talk about frame rate. Frame rate is a measure of how many times per second your screen gets redrawn in order to keep pace with the action. To find your frame rate, just press the F key while you're driving. Your frame rate will be shown in the upper right corner of the screen. Ideally, you'll want this value to stay above 30 at all times.
so this is a screenshot of the base game Phoenix. The base game Phoenix.
When your frame rate dips below 20, the game will start to become choppy, and your controller movements will become delayed, making it much easier to lose control of the car. NASCAR racing includes a variety of graphic and sound options that will reduce the load on your system and get your frame rate up where it belongs. Going from 32-bit to 16-bit color can give you a large boost in frame rate. Going to a lower resolution, reducing the mirror detail level, reducing the drawing distance, reducing the number of opponent cars displayed, and disabling graphic effects like smoke can also do wonders for your frame rate. Okay, now it's time for some driving tips. First one is very simple. Don't go too fast. This is a common mistake made by almost everyone. You've got to remember that in this game, you can't just hop in the car, mash the gas pedal to the floor, and have it steer like a slot car. Here, you're sitting on top of a 750 horsepower rear-wheel drive beast that has been modeled to behave as realistically as possible. So remember, just like when you first started driving for real, take it easy out there and pay close attention to how the car reacts to your control inputs. You'll want to start out at a nice wide track with long turns that will force you to let up off the throttle. Try Michigan or California for starters. The second driving tip is not as obvious, but it's important to understand. At high speed, the throttle and brake are used to steer the car. In normal low-speed driving, when the tires have plenty of available grip, the steering wheel controls the steering, and the throttle and brake control speed. But what happens when the speed increases to where the tires reach the limit of their grip? At that point, the car's rotation is controlled more by how much weight is on the front and rear wheels, not the steering angle. Braking will cause weight to shift to the front of the car, making it want to turn more. Applying the throttle will cause weight to shift to the rear of the car, making it want to turn less. Here's an example. As the car goes through the corner, we'll keep the steering angle the same, but we'll let up on the throttle. Watch as the car pulls to the inside. This time, we keep the steering angle constant, but we'll add some throttle. This time, the car pushes to the outside. When the tires exceed their grip limit and lose traction, the opposite effects occur. Too much brake will cause the car to plow forward and refuse to turn. Too much throttle will cause the rear of the car to snap around and spin. If you want to master car control, and you have to master car control if you want to win races, you'll need to properly anticipate these effects and compensate for them by using the steering wheel. For these reasons, it's important for you to be smooth with the steering, throttle, and brake. Just as you wouldn't violently jerk the steering wheel back and forth, don't jump on and off the throttle and brake suddenly. Instead, do what the pros call rolling into and out of the throttle and brake. Apply them gradually and come off them gradually, and you'll have fewer unscheduled meetings with the wall. Being smooth will also help you preserve your tires. That means fewer pit stops, and fewer pit stops will help you win races.
There we go, maybe that's the problem. I'm too aggressive.
Here's another tip that will not only help you out on the racetrack, but out on the street as well. As you're driving around the track, concentrate not on where you are, but on where you will be in the next 4 to 5 seconds. When you see the next corner in the distance, visualize steering into it, taking the correct line through it, and coming out of it. You'll be able to set up for the corner earlier, and any corrections you may need to make will be less drastic, because you'll be making them earlier rather than at the last second. You'll also have more time to avoid any trouble that may be developing up ahead. Look for the shaded racing groove on the track. That will show you the quickest line through each corner.
That's another problem of mine, visualization.
Visualization is definitely important, but don't rely solely on your eyes out there. Your ears are just as important when it comes to getting the most out of your car. Listen to your car as you go through the corners. Are the tires squealing like crazy? If so, you're going too fast. On the other hand, if they're not squealing at all, you're probably going too slowly. You want to shoot for a little bit of squealing, but remember that too much of it can quickly translate to a set of blistered, useless tires. The last fundamental tip we'll cover here is a simple one. Stay out of the garage. You really shouldn't be tinkering with the car's setup until you're able to turn smooth, consistent laps with the default setups that come with the game. Why? Because until you've developed a proven driving technique, and until you've learned to anticipate how the car will react in any given situation, the best car setup in the world can be useless. The only way you can gain this knowledge is through practice. When you get to the point where you can honestly determine that the car's setup and not your driving technique is what's holding you back from better lap times, that's when you should feel free to go ahead and start tinkering in the garage. Until then, stay out of it. As we wrap up this first lesson, here's something you want to keep in mind. When you get out there and start practicing, you're going to make mistakes. Everybody does. Mistakes are part of the learning process, because if you don't make them, how will you find out where the limits really are? The important thing is to learn from those mistakes and try not to repeat them. So when you mess up, don't worry about it, because unlike real life, the only thing that'll get bruised here is your ego.
True. Very true. All right. Lesson 1. Done. Here we go. Lesson 2. The glossary.
Like most other sports, auto racing has a language all its own, so it's really in your best interest to take some time to learn the lingo. This lesson will explain some of the most commonly heard racing terms and will serve as your Racing to English dictionary. A push happens when the rear end of the car has more grip than the front. When the car enters a corner, it doesn't want to turn, and instead it tries to drift up the track. If too much speed is carried into the corner, the front wheels will break traction first, causing the car to plow. A pushing condition is also called understeer. In general, your car will tend to push more and more as your fuel burns off and as the tires wear. A car that pushes is easy to control, but it's slow. The default setups that come with the game have a tendency to push in order to make them easier to drive. Sometimes you'll find that your car is pushing when you're closely following another car through a corner. This kind of push has nothing to do with the car's setup. It's all due to aerodynamics, and that's why it's called an aero push. Basically, when you're right on someone's tail, most of the air that would normally be pushing down on the front of your car is being blocked by the car in front. Less air on the front of the car translates to less grip or downforce at the front of the car. A loose condition is the opposite of a push. When a car is loose, its front end has more grip than the rear. When the car enters a corner, it will tend to fishtail, and the rear end will try to step out. If too much speed is carried into the corner, the rear wheels will break traction first, often resulting in a spin. A loose condition is also called oversteer. A loose car can be very fast, but it's on the ragged edge of control. In the hands of an experienced driver, a loose car is capable of turning the fastest laps on the racetrack. If you've got a car right on your tail as you're going through a corner, you can suddenly develop a loose condition which has nothing to do with the car's setup. Basically, it's the opposite effect of the aero push, and it's called, surprise, surprise, aero loose. This time, a portion of the air that would normally be pushing down on the back of your car is being blocked by the car in back. Less air on the back of the car translates to less rear downforce, and that will loosen up the car. There's one other way to trigger a loose condition. It's called trailing throttle oversteer, and it happens when you quickly lift off the throttle while cornering. The car's weight suddenly shifts forward, the rear end gets light, and the car can easily go into a spin. The best way to avoid trailing throttle oversteer is to be smooth with that throttle and roll out of it rather than abruptly lift. A balanced or neutral car is exactly what it sounds like, neither pushing nor loose. It's right in the middle, and the result is a fast, well-balanced car that handles predictably. When you're driving through a corner near the limit, at some point the car will stop drifting to the outside, and the inside tires will regain traction. At that point, the car is considered to have taken a set in the corner and is more responsive to your control inputs. That's usually the point at which you want to get back into the throttle and prepare to exit the corner. This is actually much easier to feel than it is to describe. When the car sets, you'll know it.
Very true.
This one is straight from your high school driver's education course, and it simply involves steering in the direction of a skid or drift in order to prevent a spin. In NASCAR, you need to be prepared to countersteer at all times, but particularly when you're getting on the throttle and exiting the corner, because that's when the car loves to snap around. The earlier you can anticipate the need to countersteer, the smaller the correction you'll need to make, and the less time you'll lose. The racing groove, or the groove for short, is generally the fastest path around the track. On oval tracks, the groove usually runs right up near the wall on the straights and low in the turns. The groove is plainly visible in the turns. Just look for the darkened asphalt. If you're having trouble finding the groove, press the R key while you're driving, and it will be highlighted for you. The apex is the point on the inside of a turn where the car transitions from entering to exiting the turn. The apex is usually at the halfway point of the turn. On most ovals, the two turns at one end of the racetrack will have a single apex. Often, drivers will try to just clip the apex in order to make the turn as straight as possible and maintain a high speed. The apron is located at the bottom of the racetrack. It's a paved surface that separates the racing surface from the infield. It's almost always flat. Be very careful when you transition from the racing surface to the apron, especially at tracks with a lot of banking. The blend line is a painted white or yellow line near the apron which starts at the pit exit. When leaving the pits, you need to stay below the line before you can merge safely with race traffic. When you hear your spotter say, "Okay, merge when you can," you're clear to move back onto the racing surface at any time. The spotter is your second set of eyes out there. He sits high up in the grandstands so he can see the entire racetrack. If there's a car alongside you, or if there's a wreck, he'll let you know about it. Your spotter can be a huge help to you, but remember, things happen quickly out there. A passing lane can open up or close down a fraction of a second before your spotter lets you know about it. If you use your spotter as an aid and not as a replacement for the mirror, you'll be in good shape. The crew chief is the leader of your team, and he's in charge of your pit crew. All of your pit service requests will go through him, and he will give you scoring updates and lap times.
Only if you have it set for him to give you lap times. Now the flags. There are no red flags or blue flags in this game.
In NASCAR, flags are displayed by the starter and by the pit official. The starter is the official located in the elevated box at the start-finish line. The pit official is located at the beginning of pit road. Sometimes, if you're near the back of the pack, the starter can be tough to see. That's why there's a small flag indicator located in your speed gear display on the left side of the screen. When the starter swaps flags, the flag indicator will update. If you don't see the speed display and flag indicator, press the S key. Let's go through the flags and explain what each of them means. When the green flag is displayed by the starter, it signifies either the start of the race or the restart of the race after a caution period. All cars are expected to accelerate to the start-finish line and begin racing. When the green flag is displayed by the pit flagger, it means that pit road is open. The yellow or caution flag is displayed by the starter, and it signifies a dangerous condition on the track. When the yellow flag comes out, your spotter will tell you, and the flag indicator will turn yellow. Your spotter should also tell you where the trouble is. All cars are expected to race back to the start-finish line, slow down, and get in line behind the pace car. Naturally, if you have to go past an accident scene while you're racing back to the line, use some common sense and make sure you get past it in one piece. Once you get back to the line, you'll hear your spotter say, "Okay, we're under caution." That's your cue to start slowing down, because once you're under caution, you're not allowed to pass another car unless that car is going very slowly or is off the racing surface. Don't worry, if you pass someone by mistake, your spotter will let you know. Just let that car pass you back and you won't get penalized. Once you're under caution, you'll need to take your spot in the pacing line. That's the line of cars that forms up behind the pace car. Your spotter will tell you the number of the car you'll need to stay behind. Usually that car will be clearly visible, but if it isn't, call up the F2 standings display to see how far ahead of you it is. Accelerate just enough to catch up to the end of the pacing line, and make sure you stay behind the car your spotter told you to stay behind. The yellow flag caution period can last anywhere from 2 to several laps, depending on the length of the track and the severity of the problem. In NASCAR, laps run under caution count toward the race total, and it's possible for a race to end under caution as well. Keep that in mind if you see the yellow flag come out just a couple of laps from the end of the race. The black flag is displayed by the starter, and it means that you have broken a rule and you need to report to your pit stall to serve a penalty. Unlike the other flags in the game, the black flag is driver specific, so if you see it, it's meant for you. When the black flag comes out, your flag indicator will turn black, and your crew chief will tell you the reason you've been penalized. To serve a black flag penalty, you'll need to report to your pit stall under green flag conditions. At that point, a NASCAR official will count off the penalty time. Once it has expired, the black flag will be cleared, and you may continue racing. You'll have a total of 4 green flag laps to come in and serve your penalty. If you fail to do so, you'll be disqualified. If you get a black flag with fewer than 4 green flag laps remaining in the race, and the race ends before you report to the pits, you'll be given a post-race penalty instead. If you rack up multiple penalties, you can clear all of them during a single visit to the pits, but you may be there for a while, because for each penalty beyond the first one, you'll be socked with an additional 20-second premium. One last point about serving penalties. We've already mentioned that you have to serve them under green flag conditions, but there is one very rare exception to that rule. If you happen to be on pit road and en route to your pit stall when the yellow flag comes out, you'll still be able to serve your penalty, even though you'll technically be under yellow flag conditions when you get to your stall.
Lucky.
The red flag is shown only by the pit flagger, and it means that pit road is closed. Pit road is closed only under yellow flag conditions, and even then, it's only closed for a short period of time. The white flag is displayed by the starter, and it means that there's 1 lap remaining for the leader of...
Now, he didn't mention this, but under green, if you speed on pit road, the first black flag is a pass-through penalty, so you have to pass through pit road at pit speed. Well, we had this example at Lowe's. I sped twice under green, so that means the second was essentially a stop and go. He didn't mention that, but your spotter crew chief will tell you.
the race. The white flag will come out a second or two before the race leader crosses the line to begin the final lap, so if you happen to be just ahead of the leader at this point, there's a chance that you'll see a white flag that isn't meant for you. Don't be fooled. When you come back around to the start-finish line, your crew chief will let you know that you've taken the white flag. The checkered flag is displayed by the starter, and it means the end of the race. Like the white flag, the checkered will come out a second or two before the race leader crosses the line. If you're just ahead of the leader, there's a chance you'll see the flag, even though it's not meant for you. Again, listen to your crew chief. Once you cross the start-finish line again, he'll tell you that you've taken the checkered flag and the race is over.
Yep. And he didn't mention this either, but there's, I don't know, like a minute or 2-minute timer for if you are damaged and you just passed, took the white flag, and you're coming to the checkered. You've got a minute or 2 to get to the line and take the checkered. Otherwise, it'll end and you'll, lose another lap, essentially. Actually, this might be where it talks about
NASCAR Racing 2003 season includes most of the rules and procedures found in the NASCAR rulebook, and there are quite a few of them.
Exactly. Most of the rules, obviously, there's no ride height stuff, all that jazz, because you will not break a rule in the garage. You won't. This will probably be when it mentions if you speed on pit road under green versus if you speed under pit road under yellow. Whoops, my bad. So here we go.
A lot of NASCAR fans aren't familiar with many of the rules, simply because a good portion of them are in effect only under yellow flag conditions, when the TV networks usually take a commercial break. Strapped into the cockpit, the rules are very important. They provide a safe and fair environment in which to race. This lesson will take you through the NASCAR rulebook step by step. Now that you're familiar with the flags, it's time to go over the rules and the penalties for failing to obey them. Not all of the rules are enforced at all times. Arcade mode has a relaxed set of rules, and even in simulation mode, most of the rules are disabled in the practice and happy hour sessions. If you break one of the rules during either of those sessions, your crew chief will still let you know about it, but at least you won't have to suffer the consequences the way you would during qualifying or during the race. You have to observe the pit road speed limit. This is probably the most common penalty in the game, and it's easily avoided. First, you need to know the pit road speed limit. When you exit your pit stall, your crew chief will tell you the RPM you need to stay under in order to avoid breaking the speed limit. Remember that value is based on second gear, not first. Second, when you're exiting the pits, wait for your spotter to say, "Okay, you're clear of pit road," before you start to accelerate. Third, and most importantly, you need to practice those pit stops and make sure you give yourself enough time to get down to the speed limit when you exit the racing surface and come down onto pit road.
The penalty for speeding in the pits changed during the 2002 season. Now, if you're under green flag conditions and speed in the pits, you'll be black flagged and forced to make what's called a drive-through penalty. To clear the black flag, you'll have to come all the way around the track and drive down pit road again, obeying the speed limit, of course. You can't receive service during the drive-through, and if you break the speed limit during the drive-through, you'll have to serve a stop-and-go penalty. If you speed in the pits under yellow flag conditions, you won't be black flagged, but you'll have to go to the end of the longer pacing line.
When exiting the pits, you must merge at the proper time. When you exit the pits, you can't immediately pull back into race traffic. Instead, you must stay down on the track's apron, or as far from the racing surface as possible, and below the blend line until you hear your spotter say, "Okay, merge when you can." Each track has a different merge point, but for the most part, you'll have to wait until the back straight before being allowed to merge. There's a little bit of leeway built into this rule. If you attempt to merge early, you'll hear your spotter say, "Don't merge yet." You'll be given a split second to bring the car back to a legal position. Failure to do so will trigger the penalty. If you break this rule under green flag conditions, you'll be black flagged and you'll have to serve a stop-and-go penalty. Under yellow flag conditions, you won't be black flagged, but your penalty will be to go to the end of the longer pacing line. When you enter the pits, you need to do it properly. Basically, the rule was designed to prevent cars from coming into the pits from the side in an attempt to spend as little time as possible on the speed-limited area of pit road. If you're not sure of the proper procedure for entering the pits, just start a practice session and watch one of the computer-controlled cars do it. Homestead is the only track in the game that requires the use of a special access road in order to pit legally. If you break this rule, you'll be black flagged and you'll have to come in and serve a stop-and-go.
Now, I know I'm cutting them off, but that is the Homestead from the 2002 season, essentially. Because I think they started in May of 2003, which is 3 months after this game was released. They reconfigured and repaved Homestead. So instead of having 6 degrees of banking in the corner, it has 18 to 20 degrees of banking in the corner. Now, I do believe in 2003 you did have to use that pit access road, but I don't think at the track you'll get penalized for not. Just a heads up.
You can't enter the pits when they're closed. This one's simple enough. You have to wait until the pits are open and you're eligible to pit before you can make a pit stop. This rule applies under yellow flag conditions only. When the yellow comes out, the pits close. If you're near the pits when it happens, you'll see the pit flagger display a red flag. The pits remain closed until the pace car comes around and passes the pit entrance. At that point, cars that are on the lead lap may come in and pit. All other cars must wait until the following lap, at which point the pits will be open for all cars. If you're already on pit road when the yellow flag comes out, you won't be penalized for entering a closed pit. If you break this rule, you won't be black flagged, but you'll be sent to the end of the longer pacing line. You can't pass the stop-go man. This is another simple one, and it also applies only in races with yellow flags. The stop-go man is a NASCAR official positioned at the end of pit road. He is responsible for making sure that cars exiting the pits do not interfere with the line of cars pacing around the track. The majority of the time...
Pause, thank you. Jesus, I thought I hit it. But there's also at some tracks have been modded to use the wheeling lights. So if the wheeling lights turn red, it's the same thing as if the stop-and-go man turns the sign red to stop. Just a note there.
Signal, which means that you're free to exit the pits normally. However, when the pacing line gets close to the pit exit, the stop-go man will display the stop signal. When this happens, cars exiting the pits cannot pass the stop-go man. They must wait until the pacing line passes the pit exit and the stop-go man switches to the go signal before being allowed to exit pit road. Breaking this rule will not result in a black flag, but you'll be sent to the end of the longer pacing line.
To the tail end of the longest line. And now, rules number 2.
You can't drive against the traffic. This is the ultimate no-no. If you drive against the traffic, either head-on or in reverse, you'll be disqualified from the race. There is a buffer built into this rule to account for those times when it may be necessary to briefly drive against traffic in order to get back onto the track after a nasty spin or similar off-road excursion. You can't pass under caution. After the yellow flag comes out and you have raced back to the start-finish line, you are considered to be under caution. Once you're under caution, you aren't allowed to pass, and that includes the pace car too. There are 2 exceptions to this rule. Cars that aren't on the racing surface may be passed, and cars that are on the racing surface but which are going too slowly also may be passed. If you're not sure whether or not you should pass someone, it's better to pass and be told to fall back, rather than not pass and potentially cause a mess for all the cars behind you. Your spotter will make your life a lot easier here. Listen to him, and you won't go wrong. If you do pass someone under yellow, you'll have until the green flag flies to get back into the correct place in line. If you don't, you'll be black flagged. Penalty time will be just long enough to offset any advantage you gain. You can't pass the leader before the start-finish line on a start or restart. If you are at the front of the pacing line, in the line opposite the leader, you aren't allowed to pass the leader until he crosses the start-finish line. This rule is designed to give the leader an advantage on starts and restarts. If the leader is going too slowly, or suddenly decides to brake before the start-finish line, this rule is ignored. This is done to prevent the leader from intentionally trying to get the car in the other row to beat him to the line by braking at the last moment. Breaking this rule triggers the black flag, and you'll have to come in and serve a stop-and-go penalty. You can't pass a car in the same pacing line on the inside before the start-finish line. Huh? Actually, this one is pretty simple. On a start or restart, if you want to pass a car that's in your pacing line, you can't do it on the inside until you get to the start-finish line. Passing on the outside is okay, but you'll find that experienced drivers will guard against this tactic. This rule is in place in order to prevent people from hanging back at the start and trying to time the green flag so that they can just zoom by everybody before they get to the first corner. Again, this rule is ignored if the car in front is going too slowly. Your spotter will let you know. Breaking this rule will result in a black flag stop-and-go penalty. You can't drive around with a heavily damaged car. NASCAR does not allow cars that are heavily damaged to continue driving around the track, so if you're damaged to the point that you're dropping debris or fluids on the racetrack, you can expect to see the black flag. In this case, your pit crew will have to repair your car to an acceptable state before you'll be allowed back onto the track. Sometimes you may be damaged to the point that it won't be possible for the crew to repair your car. In this case, you'll have no alternative but to retire from the race. This type of black flag penalty is the only one which may be cleared under yellow or green flag conditions. After all, NASCAR doesn't want cars dropping debris all over the racetrack for an entire caution period. When you race with yellow flags turned on, you'll need to decide whether or not you'd like to use single file or double file restart rules. In a double file restart, any cars that are 1 or more laps down are allowed to form a second pacing line on the inside of the lead lap cars. Not surprisingly, a single file restart keeps all the cars in a single pacing line. Whether it's due to an accident, a bad pit stop, or a poorly timed caution flag, it's easy to lose a lap during a NASCAR race. Getting back onto the lead lap is much easier if you can take the restart from near the front of the field, rather than from behind a long line of lead lap cars. That's precisely why NASCAR introduced double file restarts. It gives cars a better chance of getting back onto the lead lap. NASCAR uses double file restarts almost all of the time. There are only 2 exceptions. First, they aren't used if there are fewer than 10 laps remaining in the race, and second, they are never used at the road courses. So
before he continues, with 10 laps or less to go, it should be what's called a down finger restart, which means lead lap cars to the front, lap down cars to the back. This game doesn't have that. It does have when you get 10 to go, it does have the single file restart, but it's not the down finger one, where lap cars to the back, lead lap cars to the front.
So how does a double file restart work? Well, it works the same way a single file restart does, right up until the point when the 1 lap to green signal is given. That's when the lights on the pace car will go out, and you'll hear your crew chief say, "We're going green next time by." At that point, you can pull to the inside and line up on the inside of the lead lap cars. If you're in the wrong place, your spotter will let you know. Be sure to use that F2 box to know which cars are close by, so that if your spotter tells you to pass or stay behind a particular car, you'll know where that car is. So those are the rules that you'll have to pay attention to when out on the track. As you can see, there's quite a bit to go over during the driver's meeting. But don't worry, if you can't remember all these rules, just listen to your spotter, and he'll keep you out of trouble.
Very true. Very true. All right. Heading. Learn about pit stops, folks.
We see it almost every weekend. Some driver's got a great car and he's been running near the front all day long. The laps are winding down, and he comes into the pits for one last stop. Then something goes wrong. He overshoots his pit stall, or he parks too close to the pit wall, or he breaks the pit road speed limit. Suddenly, his hopes for a win are gone. Not because he wasn't fast enough, but because of a bad pit stop. Good pit stops don't just happen. They require concentration, precision, and above all else, practice. Every second you spend in the pits translates to hundreds of feet out on the racetrack. A pit stop involves a lot more than the 15 seconds or so that it takes your crew to add fuel and change tires. This lesson will break the pitting process down into several steps, and it will give you tips for getting through each of those steps as quickly as possible. Before we go through those steps, there are a couple of things you need to know, like where your pit stall is. Yeah, it doesn't get much more basic than that, but remember, chances are good that the stall you used in practice won't be the one you'll be using in the race.
Why? Because for the happy hour and race sessions, pit stalls are assigned by qualifying order.
The fastest qualifier gets the pit stall closest to the pit exit. The next fastest qualifier gets the stall immediately behind him, and so it goes all the way down to the end of the field.
Now, at some tracks that have been created, they will use the pit stall selection from the actual race. So that's where it differs from this. And the base game, yes, that is true. The pole sitter gets the first pit stall. The person who qualifies 43rd gets the 43rd pit stall. But there are some tracks where the person who created it chose the pit selection based off of what the cars actually did. But for the basis of this, it's correct.
So if you have a happy hour session, pay attention to where your stall is, because that's where it will be during the race, too. If you skipped happy hour, just remember where you qualified. That will give you a good idea of how far down pit road your stall is.
Making a good pit stop involves more than just executing the fundamental techniques that you'll find in this lesson. It also takes a good feel for the specific challenges you'll be facing at each particular track. Every track is different. Some have nasty transitions between the racing surface and the apron that can easily throw the car into a spin, while others have smooth transitions that can be made at higher speed. Some tracks have pit access and exit rows that you need to use. Some tracks have one pit lane and some have two. The pit road speed limit at each track can vary from 35 to 65 miles per hour, so make sure you know what it is. Okay, so now it's time to make a pit stop. Step number 1 consists of pulling off of the racing surface, getting onto pit road, and slowing down to the pit road speed limit. Simple, right? Well, not always. First of all, you want to make sure that you don't have any cars in the way when you duck down off the racing surface. Be sure to use your mirror to watch for any last-second surprises. When you come down off the racing surface and onto the flat part of the track called the apron, try to be smooth with the controls, especially the brake. You'll be braking and turning as you make that transition, so it'll be easy to send the car into a spin. As you're bringing the car down toward the pit entrance, you want to look for a white or yellow line that usually crosses pit road just before the pit stalls begin. That line is the point at which the pit road speed limit goes into effect. You want to try to time your braking so that you get down to the pit road speed limit just before you reach this line. This part of the pit stop is the riskiest one, no doubt about it, but it can also be the most rewarding one too, because if you time everything just right, you can save a lot of time. Step number 2 involves traveling down pit road to your pit stall. This can be tricky, especially if a bunch of cars are all pitting at the same time, as is often the case after a caution flag. Each pit road has 2 lanes. You'll want to stay in the outermost lane until you get just a few stalls away from your pit stall. At this point, move over a lane. That will set you up for a nice smooth approach into your pit stall. Step number 3 involves pulling into your pit stall and parking your car in the proper position. If you don't park within the boundaries of your pit box, you won't be able to get any pit service. Even if you are inside the pit box, you can't get too close to the inside pit wall. If you do, your pit crew won't be able to change your inside tires. To park in the right place, use your pit sign as a guide. As you pull into the stall, your pit sign man will lower the sign across the front of the stall. When you're just starting out, your goal should be to just touch the middle of the sign with the middle of your front bumper. If you do this, you'll park in the right place every time. As you get more experienced at pitting, try to park so the car is at a slight angle, aimed toward the outside front corner of the stall, with the outside front wheel just barely inside the pit box. This can make it much easier to exit the pits if you have another car pitting in the stall immediately in front of you. Step number 4 involves pulling out of the stall, getting back up to the pit road speed limit, and getting to the pit exit. This can be difficult to do when pit road is crowded, and it's especially difficult if there's a car pitting immediately in front of you. As your pit stop is finishing up, look in the mirror and try to plan your exit. When the crew chief yells, "Go, go, go," pull out into the first lane as soon as you can and get up to the pit road speed limit as fast as you can. If there's a car parked immediately in front of you, you may need to nail the gas and use wheel spin to get out of your stall. Once you're in the first lane, keep glancing at the mirror and pull into the outside lane as soon as you can. This is very important when there are other cars on pit road, because you never know when they'll try to pull out of their stalls. Once you're safely in the outside lane, concentrate on staying as close to the pit speed limit as you can. When you get past the final pit stall, you'll usually see a line crossing pit road. That line shows you where the pit road speed limit ends. Once you reach that point, your spotter will tell you, "Okay, you're clear of pit lane." As soon as you hear that message, you're clear to start accelerating back to racing speed. There's one more thing you need to keep in mind before we move to the next step. If you're pitting under yellow flag conditions, there will be a NASCAR official stationed at the end of pit road.
I think I know why everything's a little bit off, because this is not the base Richmond game. This is not the base Richmond track from the game. This is Richmond 2007 from the Safer Bigger Project guys. So that's why the lines are a little off. That's why the pit stalls are a little off. Okay. Because base game, you had room for 40 pit stalls, if I remember correctly. Same with Dover. Same with Bristol. You had there's some little trick that you'd have to do to get 43 cars in there. So, anyway.
Pit road. He's called the stop-go man. If you reach the end of pit road and the stop-go man is displaying the green go sign, you're free to leave the pits like you normally would. However, if he's displaying the red stop sign, you're not allowed to go past him. If you do, you'll be penalized. So if you see him holding the stop sign, don't pass it, and wait until the sign changes to go. Then you can leave the pits normally. Okay, we're almost done. The final step of the pitting process involves accelerating back up to racing speed and merging with race traffic. Once you've cleared the pit exit, you can go as fast as you want, but you're not allowed to immediately pull back up onto the racing surface. At the majority of the oval tracks, you'll need to stay to the left of the line which separates the apron from the racing surface, and you won't be allowed to cross it and merge until you get around to the back straight. On the other hand, some tracks will let you merge before the first turn. In other words, here's another instance where you'll need to learn the procedure for each track. If you're not sure of what to do, use some of your practice time to follow one of the computer-controlled cars as it exits the pits. You'll also want to listen for two very important messages from your spotter. If you attempt to merge too early, your spotter will say, "Don't merge yet." Once you finally reach the legal merge point, your spotter will say, "Okay, merge when you can." When you hear that message, look in the mirror, and when it's safe to merge with race traffic, go ahead and do it. Once you're sure of a particular track's pit exit procedure and its merge point, you'll want to practice getting from the pit exit to the merge point as quickly as possible. Keep in mind, as you leave the pit exit, you're usually driving around on the apron, which isn't banked as steeply as the racetrack. You're also in a low gear, so it's very easy to apply too much throttle and spin the car. It takes a lot of care at pit exit up until you get to the back straight to make sure that you don't end up in a wall.
Yep.
Well, that just about wraps it up. Practicing your pit stops may not be the most exciting thing in the world, but hopefully you now understand just how important it is. Just a few minutes of pitting practice can save you precious seconds when the time comes to make that pit stop under pressure. And it's a whole lot easier to make up time in the pits than it is to make it up on the racetrack.
Very true. Very true.
Drafting, or slipstreaming, is a technique in which two or more cars race nose to tail as closely as possible. The lead car breaks the air in front and creates a vacuum between its rear end and the second car's nose. This vacuum pulls the second car toward the back of the first. As the second car gets closer to the back of the first, the aerodynamic drag on the lead car is reduced. The net effect is that both cars become faster than they would be if they were racing by themselves. How much faster? Well, at the restrictor plate tracks, where the drafting effect is magnified due to the less powerful engines being used, two experienced drivers drafting together can make up about 2 seconds per lap on an experienced driver who is running by himself. By being patient and staying in line, a group of 2 or more cars can run down a single car very quickly. Conversely, 2 cars running side by side will create drag and slow both of them down. Use this knowledge to your advantage. If you're part of a draft train and you see a couple of cars up ahead battling and racing side by side, stay in line and just watch how quickly you reel them in. There are 2 downsides to the draft. First, unless you're leading the draft train, you'll be blocking the flow of air to your radiator, so keep an eye on that water temperature gauge. If it really starts to skyrocket, you'll need to get some fresh air into the radiator to cool things down. If you're really good, you can do this without giving up your spot in line. Pull out from behind that car in front of you just enough to cool the engine, but not enough to let the car behind you take your spot in line. This takes a lot of practice to pull off, but it's an extremely valuable skill to have because once you've mastered it, you'll be able to put more grill tape on the front of the car than the other guys, and more grill tape equals more speed. The second downside to the draft is that at the restrictor plate tracks, the draft is so strong that it's impossible for a single car to pull away from a group of cars that are drafting together. This means that the field tends to remain bunched together, making it easy for a small mistake to trigger a big accident. That's why patience and discipline are so vital to success at Daytona and Talladega. To master the draft, you'll need to know exactly where the front end of your car is, because once you get up to the back of that other car, at some point you'll need to back off in order to avoid bumping into him. This is critical when you're turning, because any contact at that point is likely to send one or both of you careening up the track and into the wall. For this reason, you'll find that while inexperienced drivers can draft to the point of bumping on a straight, they will back off a lot in the turns. To minimize your lap times, you'll need to figure out just when and where to back off the throttle so that you can stay right on that other car's tail all the way around the racetrack, even in the turns. Drafting is all about momentum. When you're really hooked up with another car or group of cars, you can build up a ton of momentum. To get to the front of the field, you'll need to learn how to recognize who's got that momentum and who doesn't, and try to put yourself in a position so that you're always a part of the group with the most momentum. If you want to pass that car in front of you, you'll need to pull out from behind him and hope that the cars behind you decide to stay with you. If they do, chances are you'll be able to zoom right by. If they don't, you could find yourself all alone with no drafting help, and you'll often have no choice but to watch the draft train zoom right by you. This is what the pros call being hung out to dry. If this happens to you, don't panic. Just try to get back in line before you find yourself at the back of the field. If you're stuck in the line behind someone and you see another group of cars drafting up towards you, don't be afraid to pull down and get in front of that group so that you can hook onto the front of the train. If you've picked up a head of steam and are coming up on a group of cars from behind, don't be afraid to take the high line in order to get around them. Your momentum will usually be more than enough to offset the additional ground you'll need to cover by going to the outside. Okay, we've talked about how to pull out and pass, but what if you're the lead car in the draft? Most of the time, you're a sitting duck. Once that car behind you gets even a bumper up alongside you, he and his drafting partners can zoom right by. How can you defend against this? Well, to be perfectly frank, the odds are against you unless there's just a single car behind you. But there are a couple of things you can do to hold off the pack if you find yourself at the front of the field as the laps are winding down. First, you can take a low line around the track. If they're going to draft past you, make them work for it and do it on the high side. They'll need to travel a greater distance in order to get by, and there's a chance that once the car immediately behind you goes to the high side, one or more of his pursuers will pull down into your lane and sell him out. Second, you can try to do what the pros call breaking the draft. On the straights, move back and forth across the track in order to reduce the aerodynamic advantage you are giving your pursuers. Of course, you need to be careful that you don't lose too much speed by doing this, but you'll find that sometimes, in an attempt to match your moves, the draft train will break up and lose its momentum. Lastly, use that mirror and do some basic defensive driving. At the restrictor plate tracks in particular, it's very common for pass attempts to be initiated at the start of the straights. Anticipate this, and as you come off the corners, be prepared to move to the low side to block. Again, you're looking to break the momentum of your pursuers, and by making a move that causes them to lift off the throttle for even a split second, you'll be doing exactly that.
Another thing you can do is, if you got cars behind you drafting and they're side by side, essentially if you're at the front of the pack, the entire pack, you can run high on the straightaways and then drop low and go back up, and then in the corners run low. So what that does is you steal a little momentum from the high line, and then when you cut back down low, you steal a little momentum from the low line. I don't think they mention this in this lesson. I don't think they do. But anyway, that's just another little tip.
There's one last little drafting tip that can help you out, especially if you find yourself all alone and being pursued by a group of cars, and that's to use slower traffic to your advantage. Even the slowest cars can provide you with a brief draft benefit. Just pull down behind one and stay there until you're about a second away from making contact, then pull out and pass. When you do this, it's very important that you be smooth with your steering. Any violent jerking of the wheel will bleed off speed and will nullify the positive effects of the draft.
Yep, very true. Tire fuel management.
Most of the time, NASCAR races aren't won by the car that turns the fastest laps with fresh tires. Why? Because most of the time you won't have fresh tires. That car that handles like a dream with fresh tires can quickly turn into an ill-handling nightmare after just a few short laps if you don't know how to manage your tire wear. So how do you know just how conservative you should be? Well, a lot depends on the track. At some tracks, the tire wear is so low that you'll be able to do an entire fuel run on a single set of tires without breaking a sweat. At other tracks, the wear level is so high that you'll be wishing for fresh rubber after just a few laps. Other tracks fall in between those extremes. The key is to practice and find out. Try to drive fast, consistent laps, open up your F5 box, and note how quickly the tire wear drops off. From time to time, open up the F3 box to see how much fuel you've got left, so that you can get a good gauge of how your tires are wearing in relation to your fuel load. Once you've got a good idea of just how far you can go on a set of tires, you'll have a leg up on your competitors, and you'll be able to plan a solid strategy once you factor in the race distance. You'll also have a big advantage during a late race pit stop when others are agonizing over whether or not they'll be able to finish the race on their current set of tires. Tires aren't the only thing you'll need to manage while you're racing. You'll also need to pay attention to your fuel mileage. Not having to make a splash-and-go pit stop a couple of laps from the finish can get you a win every now and then. So how can you win the fuel mileage game? Well, just like it is with tire wear, knowledge is power, so you'll need to have a good feel for just how many laps you'll be able to run on a tank of fuel. Again, each track is different, so you'll just need to get out there and run until you're out of fuel, or until tire wear forces you to pit. Once you've arrived at that number, and once you know the total race distance, you'll be able to get a good feel for how many fuel stops you'll need to make during the race. When that critical last pit stop comes, you'll be in a great position to know how much fuel you'll need to finish the race. The fuel mileage game can become muddled when the yellow flag flies. Here's a quick rule of thumb that will help. Running 2 laps under caution burns approximately the same amount of fuel as running a single lap at full racing speed. Here's a final fuel conservation tip. When pacing, use a high gear. It doesn't exactly amount to a huge savings, but when you're trying to stretch your fuel to make it to the end of the race, every little bit counts.
Also, occasionally throwing a car into neutral, engaging the clutch, strategy.
Races are often won and lost in the pits. Knowing when to duck into the pits and when to stay out on the track when to take 2 tires instead of 4, and when to do what the pros call short pit, are just 3 items on the list of skills that you'll need to learn if you want to become an educated racer. Let's go over them one by one. Let's get the most obvious tip out of the way first. It's always better to pit under caution than it is to pit under green flag conditions. If you pit under green, you'll lose at least 1 lap at most of the tracks. On the other hand, if you pit under yellow, you won't lose a lap unless you're making major repairs to your car. Many times you'll have no choice but to pit under green, but in general, you'll want to delay that pit stop for as long as you can, because if you pit under green and lose a lap, and then the yellow flag comes out, your opponents will be able to come in, make their stops, and keep you a lap down. Let's say you're racing along and a caution flag comes out. You've still got a decent number of laps to go until you'd normally come in and pit. What should you do? Do you pit and risk dropping to the back of the field? Or do you stay out there and maintain your position? As usual, the answer is, it depends. In this case, it depends on quite a few things. First, how many laps are left in the race? If it's early, it's almost always to your benefit to come in, unless of course you just pitted a couple of laps ago. In addition, if coming in will reduce the total number of pit stops you'll need in order to finish the race, you'll want to do it. As the race progresses, track position becomes more important, so as the laps start to wind down, you'll want to gradually lean more in the direction of not pitting. Second, how are your tires and fuel holding out? If you're close to making a stop anyway, you'll usually want to come in and take advantage of the caution flag. If it's late in the race and you think you'll be able to make it to the end, you may want to stay out there. Third, where are you in the standings? If you're at the front of the field, you're more likely to want to stay out there. On the other hand, if you're near the back of the line, you'll probably want to come in, because you'll need to pass far fewer cars, if any, in order to get back to your old position. Also, if you're at the very end of the line, you may want to come into the pits again as the field goes to 1 lap to green, just so that you can top off your fuel one more time. If you're going to be at the end of the line anyway, you've got nothing to lose by doing it. Fourth, where are you racing? If you're at a track where it's tough to pass, or where running on worn tires doesn't slow you down that much, you'll want to lean towards staying out. If you're at a track where passing is easy, or where worn tires translate to a big performance penalty, you'll be more likely to come in. Finally, what's everyone else doing? If you're in contention and you see the entire field coming into pit, you're probably going to want to follow suit, because if you don't, all those cars will have fresh tires and will essentially turn you into a sitting duck when the green flag flies. As you can see, it's not always easy to decide whether or not to come in and pit. There's always the chance that coming in and making a stop will put you so far back in the field that you won't be able to catch up to the leaders. And there's always the chance that staying out there will do nothing but ensure that you get blown into the weeds on the restart. The good news is that at least now you know all the factors you'll need to consider when the time comes to make that important call. One of the biggest decisions you'll face when you come into the pits will be how many tires to take. Taking 2 tires instead of 4 can cut several seconds off of your pit stop, especially if you're not adding a lot of fuel. By taking just 2 tires, you can gain a lot of track position, assuming of course that most of your opponents decide to change all 4. The downside of taking 2 tires is that you'll still have a pair of worn tires on the car, and that will almost always slow you down, especially in the long run. For that reason, it's usually best to consider making a 2-tire stop only if it's late in the race. When you're considering taking just 2 tires, the main question you'll need to ask yourself is whether or not the gain in track position will be offset by the loss in speed you'll experience versus the cars that took 4 fresh tires. At tracks where it's difficult to pass, you'll be more likely to take 2 tires simply because it will be easier for you to defend against losing those positions you gained. If you're like most people, chances are good that you won't be running full-length races. Many people like to set up their races to be just long enough to require 1 pit stop. For example, let's say that a particular track usually requires a pit stop between laps 35 and 40, and the race length has been set to 50 laps. In that case, you may want to do what's called short pitting, and come into the pits before tire wear or fuel use force you to come in at the usual time. Why would you want to do this? Well, it's simple really. You have to make a pit stop anyway, so you might as well try to time it so that you're minimizing the total number of laps that you're on worn tires. So, using the example of the 50-lap race, you'd want to come into the pits right around halfway, or lap 25. Of course, this strategy can be very dangerous during races with yellow flags, because it makes it easy for a poorly timed caution to put you a lap down. However, if you're racing with yellows turned off, you'd really be crazy not to do it. There's one final little bit of pitting strategy that's worth mentioning. If you're running for the championship, you'll get 5 bonus points for leading a lap. Sometimes the best way of getting those points is during a caution period, when all the cars in front of you decide to head for the pits. By staying out on the track, you can lead a lap and get credited with the bonus. Of course, the downside to doing this is that if you need to make a stop during that caution period, you'll have to do it on the following lap. By that time, the field will have caught back up to you. By the time you come in, pit, and come back out, you'll usually find yourself at the very back of the field. This may seem like a heavy price to pay for a measly 5 points, but if it's early in the race, or if there aren't a lot of cars on the lead lap, it can be a smart move, especially if you're off the pace and you think it's only a matter of time before you get put a lap down.
So he kind of mentioned it in this lesson, you know, when pitting, how many tires do you take? At a track like Darlington or The Rock, it doesn't matter how much fuel you need, you will always take 4 tires, because that's how much tires mean. It doesn't matter if you went 2 laps and then the caution came out, you want 4 tires, because those tracks are so abrasive. And now at the restrictor plate track Daytona Talladega, the only thing you'd really want to do is top off the tank. So that's another thing, you know, with pitting. It's, excuse me, what kind of track are you at? How abrasive is it? That's a big thing with tire management, fuel use, all that stuff. How abrasive is the track surface? Because if it's a tire eater, fuel mileage doesn't matter. Your tires are going to be gone. So anyway, last driving lesson for the night. Here we go. Then I'll hop on to Rebirth.
Racing is an activity that is part man, part machine. Great controversy rages over just how much man versus how much machine it takes to win. One thing is certain, a great car is useless unless driven by a good driver, and at the top levels of racing, a great driver has no chance without a good car.
NASCAR Racing 2003 season provides you with a good car.
It actually provides you with an infinite number of good cars, which is a pretty good deal. Your car can be changed in many ways by tinkering in the garage or in the pits. A car's setup is a particular set of choices about all these changes. In the garage, you can select one of several default setups, which provide a predictable, good car to drive without having to know the details, or you can dive into the details. This first part of the lesson will cover a few key ideas that are good to know as you start tinkering in the garage. Until you feel that you have mastered driving these cars, you may not be able to tell when you have changed something for the better or worse. Before changing anything in the garage, work on driving consistent, repeatable laps. Only when you can do this will you be able to pinpoint how a particular change in the garage affects your car's handling. Really fast setups can require considerable skill, and the beginning driver is likely to think a great car is an awful one. In short, until you are a good driver, don't worry about trying to make a great car. The default setups can help you become a good driver. The easy setup is made for the beginning driver. It will track in a straight line with the steering wheel centered, and the front tires will tend to start sliding first, making the car behave more like a street car. It's best to start with the easy setup and stay with it until you can put the car where you want it on the racetrack.
Once you are able to lap consistently, try switching to the fast setup.
This is more like a real oval car setup, and it will pull to the left down the straights. Now you will need to develop the skill to balance the car while it's skidding around the turns. When you're looking for even more speed, it's time to go to the garage.
The fast setup's also what the AI used.
As you can see, there are a lot of changes you can make in the garage. Clicking the right mouse button over any of the items will show you a short explanation of that item's effects on the car. The settings generally involve 3 things: trying to stick the tires to the road better, finding a balance between grip and top speed, and finding a balance between speed and reliability. Most of the settings in the garage are for fiddling with how well the tires stick to the road. The more grip the tires have, the faster you can go in the corners, and the fastest driver in the corners usually has the highest average speed for a whole lap. There are many things that affect the tire's grip with the road, but the three most important are how much rubber is in contact with the road, how sticky that rubber is, and how much weight that tire is carrying. How much rubber is in contact with the road is affected by the tire pressures, a lower pressure makes a bigger patch of rubber, and camber, which is how much the tire is leaning over. The best grip is usually found with the tire leaning slightly into the turn. Unfortunately, when the car is moving, the camber is changing all the time. For example, when the car body rolls in a corner, and the tire pressure changes as the tire heats up. Fortunately, the tire temperatures from your last run are shown in the garage so you can figure out if the pressures and cambers are okay. After a few laps, the tire temperatures will settle down to values which tend to remain the same from lap to lap. This may take 5 to 7 laps. The temperatures are shown for each tire at the inside edge, I, middle, M, and outside edge, O. What you want to see on an oval is a slightly higher temperature on the left edge, the inside on right-hand tires, outside on the left tires, and a middle temperature that is about the average of the inside and outside temperatures. On a road course, you like to see slightly higher temperatures on the inside edges. If that's what you're seeing, then the cambers and pressures are close to their optimal setting for grip. If either edge is too hot, there is probably too much camber on that tire. It is leaning over too much in the corners. Negative camber will heat up the inside edge more. Positive camber will heat up the outside edge. If the middle temperature is too hot, you may be running too much pressure. The temperatures can also tell you how sticky the tire is. They stick best at an average temperature of 190 to 240 degrees. If a certain tire is too hot, increasing the pressure can help cool it off. Conversely, lowering the pressure in a tire that's too cool can help heat it up. The other way to change the temperature of a tire is to put more or less weight on it. That is where a lot of the other settings come in. When your car is sitting still in the garage, each corner is weighed, and the results can be seen by clicking the Weight Bias tab. Ballast blocks can be moved around in the car to change how much weight is on the left side or on the front. You can also put more or less weight on the diagonally opposite wheels. This is called wedge. The settings under the Weight Bias tab allow you to change what are called the static corner weights. This is how much each corner weighs sitting still or static in the garage. As soon as you start driving around the racetrack, however, the corner weights change constantly. Accelerating puts more weight on the rear tires. Braking puts more weight on the front tires. Cornering puts more weight on the outside tires, the right side on an oval. The primary suspension settings, springs, shocks, and sway bars, all affect how much weight shifts to each particular corner while maneuvering around the track. What's important to understand is that we want each one of the 4 tires doing as much work as it can. We don't want any freeloading tires. Anytime one tire has more weight on it than another tire, it is probably working harder, and both those tires together won't have as much grip as they would if both worked equally hard. Balancing the work done by the 4 tires will consume most of your effort in the garage. The tire temperatures can help again with this. If 2 tires are working equally hard, they will likely end up at a similar average temperature. So ideally, we'd like all 4 tires to be at the same temperature, but this won't happen in reality. There is no way within the regulations to get the left side tires to work as hard as the right side tires on an oval. But the closer you can get to that goal, the faster you are likely to be. What makes tuning a car's handling complicated is that every change can affect everything else. It's a bit like trying to solve a Rubik's Cube. Fortunately, there are many combinations of settings that give a really fast and well-handling race car, and you get to tailor that handling just the way you like it. No 2 people seem to like the same setup, and that's what makes it interesting. Once you're lapping consistently and have decided to poke your head into the garage, don't be afraid to play around. After all, you can always revert to the default setups if you really mess things up. And remember that you have an infinite supply of cars to test. The weather can have a significant effect on your car. A car setup that works just fine at 70 degrees with no wind may turn into a real handful once the mercury rises and the wind starts to blow. Let's go over the weather variables in the game one at a time. Track temperature is higher on a sunny day than it is on a cloudy day. A higher track temperature means that your tires will heat up more quickly, but it also means that they'll run hotter all the way through the run, and that will increase their wear rate. As its temperature rises, air becomes less dense. That means that your engine won't put out as much power. Change your gearing to compensate. Higher air temperatures also mean higher oil and water temperatures, which may force you to remove tape from the grill in order to prevent overheating. Finally, higher air temperature means a higher track temperature, and that translates to accelerated tire wear.
Yep.
The wind can wreak havoc with your car's handling. A headwind will slow you down and cause your car to push. A tailwind will speed you up and make you loose. And a crosswind will simply push you across the racetrack. The stronger the wind, the more magnified these effects become. If a tailwind is pushing you to the point of causing the engine to over-rev, you can change your gearing or remove some grill tape to compensate. To compensate for a crosswind, you'll just need to adapt your driving style to deal with it. Qualifying is an important part of NASCAR racing, especially if you're running in a short race. In qualifying, your only concern is getting 1 or 2 hot laps out of your car, and that's it. With that in mind, here are a couple of quick tips that will help you get the most out of your qualifying setup. First, take that grill up as much as you can. Remember, your engine only has to last for a couple of laps. Second, use higher tire pressures. Over the course of just a couple of laps, you're not going to get a lot of heat into those tires, so they won't reach the optimal pressure unless you start them higher than usual. And that wraps up our final lesson. Now you'll want to move on to the next step of your racing education, and that involves finding out what makes each track tick.
If you want to compete for the NASCAR Championship, you're going to have to know every one of them by heart. It's time to take off the training wheels. Good luck.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And that, my friends, is the driving lessons for NASCAR Racing 2003 season. Now, NASCAR 4 had the same. NASCAR 2002 season had the same. But one thing that NASCAR 2002 season did was have DW. Good old DW. Give a lesson about each and every track. Talk about what made it tick. So that's pretty cool. It's 10 p.m. I'm just gonna end the stream. Thank you guys so much. I know it's showing intermission, but I'm hungry. I want food. So I'm gonna check to see if anything's going on with YouTube, and of course, it's showing a stream finished. And this was from last night. Good job, YouTube. Good job. Ay, ay, ay. Now it's. Oh, YouTube, you silly little rascal, you. All right. Well, thank you guys. Have a good one. Talk to you later. Peace.